don't you leave me, or don't you put me down. Please don't leave me, or don't you put me down. Please don't leave me, or don't you put me down. You know I need your good loving, hey, yeah, to keep me satisfied. I hate to beg you, but what else can I do? I hate to beg you, what else can I do? You know I hate to beg you, but what else can I do? You know I need your good loving, hey, yeah, to keep me satisfied.
Having a good old time. All right, I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Mr. Grandoff admiring the trophy. Roll call, please.
Vieira.
Here.
Goose. Here. Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder. Citro. Here. Miranda.
I don't know.
Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro. Is this yours? No. No? All right. I don't know if it was your motion.
The nomination is going to come later when all the players
All right.
are back in town.
We have a Vincent Lombardi trophy on display here. And we have members of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Here they come with our Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We have Brian Ford, and we have Chief John Bennett from the city of Tampa.
All right, good afternoon, council and public. I know council has a pending accommodation that they want to pick a future date with, working with the Buccaneers, but Brian had asked to come downtown and give an opportunity for city council, the public, and some city staff to have interaction with the Lombardi Super Bowl trophy and our Tampa Bay Buccaneer champions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for a few minutes to Brian, and then council can engage, and then we have a special recognition when Brian's done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Good afternoon, council. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for all of your support, and to the support of, on behalf of the Glazer family, Jason Light, our general manager, our head coach, Bruce Aarons, and our entire organization. We'd just like to thank you, the council, as well as the entire community for all of the support that you provided over the last year, and in our road to bringing back this Lombardi trophy here in front of the best fans in the NFL at Raymond James Stadium. It was just totally an historic first time ever, and we couldn't have done it without all of your support and the community support. We've said many times we have the best sports fans in the NFL, and Tampa is truly Champa Bay. So we just like to thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are, I remember the first Super Bowl and how exciting it was. I was just starting college, and now several years later, glad to see the Lombardi Trophy return. Actually, it'll be our second one, and it's very, very exciting. Tom Brady pulled it off, so we want to thank the powers that made this all happen. I'm glad that Tom Brady came down, and Gronkowski, and the rest of the entire Buccaneers team, and all the coaches and everybody involved. This is historic. They won a Super Bowl at home, and we won a Stanley Cup a few months ago. So Tampa is Champa.
That's it.
And it's very, very exciting. Thank you, sir. Any other council members?
If you do not mind, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ford, we are proud of our Tampa Bay Buccaneers for their Super Bowl victory. But not only that, you come down and you help us support our officers, our brave women and men of the Tampa Police Department. You also come down and honor our brave women and men of the Tampa Fire Department. The Buccaneers have so many different charities that go to help the city of Tampa and our neighborhoods and our communities. Thank you. Thank the Buccaneers. Thank the owners, not only for everything they do in the community, but the icing on the cake, which is that trophy behind you. Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Councilman Goode.
Well, as a person who's been a ball coach at many levels, I understand the greatness of when you become a champion. It's a feeling none other. But a lot of times people don't understand there are other avenues to becoming a champion. The work you do in the community, I remember when we had the Christmas tree lighting, the first one in East Tampa. Buccaneers stepped up on that. I remember when years ago when someone started stealing equipment from our youth programs. And several of my programs got hit. Buccaneers stepped up right away, gave me a phone call when I was still in the force, came to the District 3 office and met with me about replacing equipment for young people in our communities. So those are the aspects of being a champion, not just on the football field, but off the football field, and especially dealing with our kids at our NFL Yet Center. The facility that was upgraded with a scoreboard, the contribution of helping with that AstroTurf that's down that field. These are the kind of things when you build programs, it's all well-rounded. And hopefully we can keep that cohesive with the team and get those negotiations going so we can bring that team back and get another and be a repeater. Again,
Absolutely.
Brian, thank you for your work.
That's the plan. Keep it together and let's go for 2. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Carlson.
I won't repeat everything my colleague said. I will echo that. Congrats to you and the team for all for the big win and for all the hard work, and thanks for bringing the Super Bowl here, and hopefully we'll have another one soon, and congrats for running it well also, and congrats to the city and county and everyone who participated in that. But also I want to say thanks to Brian, Joel, and the Glazer family. You mentioned them, but they made a big investment. What was it, 1995? And they're really passionate about the game and our community, and they've invested a lot of money over the years, and personally and professionally, including things like the JCC and the Children's Museum and other really important places in the community. So thank you to them for their investment in our community too.
Thank you very much, Council. I'll pass that on. And they are a tremendous family, and they set the stage, and we are very fortunate to have them. Thank you.
All right, and Chief Bennett, you said you had a presentation, sir?
You stand by, Mr. Ford. This is a little bit of a surprise for Raquel Pancho. So during the planning cycle,
There you go.
during the city's planning cycle for Super Bowl 55, we had bi-weekly meetings and then weekly meetings. And, I had the entire staff there, all the public safety leaders, as well as the mobility team, the development and economic group, minority business group, every facet that the city needed to help touch this event, working with the Buccaneers and working with the Tampa Sports Commission to make this a success with council support. But there was always one voice in the room that was looking out for those that needed special accessibility, and that was Raquel Pancho. There wasn't a single meeting that Raquel didn't grab the mic and say, well, what about accessibility to this event? Or what about accessibility or other features for this event? And it didn't matter where the footprint was, whether it was open space or controlled space, Raquel consistently looked out as our ADA, American with Disabilities coordinator. She made sure every single event was accessible to anybody who wanted to enjoy the events in and surrounding Super Bowl 55. So with that, Mr. Ford has a special presentation for Raquel. And I think this would appeal to, I know Councilman Goods, we talk about impact players. I know Councilman Vieira talks a lot about making sure that we're ADA accessible in our parks, in our communities, in our streets. And so Raquel is the champion of that, and I think she was an unsung hero in this, and I think she really deserved this.
Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank
my
you very
goodness.
much, Chief. We have a tradition down at One Buck. We hand out game balls for folks that go over and above, and you truly did. So thank you for all that you
I'm
did
so honored.
and all of your support.
Thank you. I'm
Thank you
so
very
honored.
much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Councilman Vieira.
I always truly appreciate Mayor Castor's and Chief Bennett's support of the ADA access issues. I have always said throughout my entire career, the dedication to access doesn't start on the ground level, it actually starts top down. And when the top administrators believe in access for persons with disabilities, access will truly occur and happen because they instill the message to the team. So I greatly appreciate the support from you and Mayor Castor for everything that I do, and all of my colleagues throughout the city who bear with my constant questions and requests for some assistance. If it weren't for all of their help throughout my entire career here with the city, we really would not be accessible. So it's for sort of all of their work that I'm truly, truly grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, council.
Thank you.
Oh, we don't.
Thank you very much.
Wait,
Too late.
Councilman Vieira, Councilman Vieira.
It's. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Raquel, I just wanted to, I wasn't going to take council's time out because I know we have a lot of things, but you know what? For you, Raquel, I sure as heck will. I'm a big fan of yours, as you know. You don't just do your job. You're not just there because you have a job title. You wear it on your sleeve and in your heart. And I can tell you that a lot of people in the disability community, they trust you. They trust you. And that's a community. I know it because my family comes from it because of my oldest brother, Juan. That's a community that doesn't trust easily. So a lot of people in that community really, really trust you. You do a great job, and starting with the mayor's autism-friendly committee and what we've done since then, we've really done a lot of things for disability-related issues in Tampa, but to quote the Carpenters, we've only just begun, and we have a long road ahead, So just wanted to thank you for that and just salute you. You do a great job. You have my respect. I mean that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're just going to take a few minutes as they
Take a few minutes.
clear it out.
Yeah.
I mean, you can leave it here.
It could end up in the jewelry store somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's made by Tiffany's.
There you go.
Yep. While we wait for that, do you want to go to new business or just wait a few minutes? All right. You want to go to new business? All right. Councilman, just go down the road. Councilman Dingfelder, do you have any new business, sir?
Yes, sir. So I would like, this is going to come up later, but as long as you're asking for new business now. At last Friday's meeting with the Gandy folks, the mayor was there. I don't think any council members were there. But the South of Gandy folks put together a 14-point request, and I think they provided it to all members of council at some point over the last week. And what I would like to see us do, you know what, Mr. Chairman? Let me bring this up later because it doesn't make sense right now.
Okay, yeah, I know we have a discussion later.
Just give me a shot later.
All right.
Other than that, I've asked Chief Bennett to give us a COVID update when he gives us his Chief of Staff report today, but I don't think that requires a vote.
All right. After number 39, we'll do an administrative update. Councilman Vieira, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple of items.
Okay.
I'd like, April is Autism Awareness Month. I'd like to invite special needs mother Phyllis Guffman, the mother of a son with autism, to provide a 2 to 4 minute remark before council on what it's like to parent a child with a disability on the April 15th City Council date.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for Councilman Vieira, second for Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Aye. All right.
Thank you, sir. I motion for a commendation for New Tampa resident Joel Morales. It'll be given off-site. This guy actually recently donated a kidney. We were going to have a youngster by the name of Raj Guntuku, a 13-year-old boy who needed a kidney, and Mr. Morales read about this young boy. He'd never met him in his whole life, and he gave him a kidney. So I want to give him a city council commendation.
All right, when would you like that?
Oh, I'll do it offsite.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Viera. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye.
Next, and I was going to talk about this. Well, you know what? I'll actually talk about this. Strike that. I'll talk about this during the fire issue. Another issue is, I know we talked about, I was talking with Marty and Andrea about the, what is it, the Rough Riders Memorial Day Parade. I called up a couple of Gold Star families in the break just to discuss it, and I want a motion. I was going to try to reopen it and have some reconsideration on that so that we could talk about the scope, but apparently we can't. The content of parades is something that if we begin to interfere opens up legal issues, so I respect that, so I'm not going to do that. But what I would like to do is just to get a sense of council. I mean, Memorial Day, it's funny because actually the Rough Riders, the most well-known Rough Rider in the history of the United States of America is Theodore Roosevelt, who was a Gold Star father. His son, Quentin Robinson, was killed, or Quentin Robinson, oh my God, that was my...
Whoa. Whoa.
Quentin,
Take a recess.
Quentin Roosevelt, that's funny. Quentin Roosevelt was killed in action in World War I. That's okay.
Louis,
he was killed
can
in
I make
action.
a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Because I agree with you. Maybe we could reconsider that item and put it off for a week, and so we can get a better sense informally about what that parade's going to entail.
And I spoke to Mr. Shelby about that, and apparently that would put us in, and I'll let you speak, because that's what I thought, John, and I agree with that, if you guys want to speak to that. And by the way, I want to say this, by the way, I have no doubt that when this issue was brought up, if it is a parade that is not consistent with what Memorial Day is intended to be, I have no doubt that's going to be remedied. This isn't an issue in dispute, but...
Good afternoon, Andrea Zellman, Deputy City Attorney. And what you were referencing, we looked at the special event permits code sections, and it specifically 28-31, 28-32. But if you look at the code, the way special event permits are issued, the code is very specific about what requirements every application has to have. But basically, it's a non-discretionary. If the official determines that the application is complete and has complied with all the requirements of the code, they are to issue the permit. The permit does come to City Council, but it also says in 2832B, I believe it is, that Council shall review and approve it if the application meets all the requirements of the code. So it's really non-discretionary. You don't have the ability to deny it absent a finding of non-compliance with some provision of the code, which again, the official wouldn't have sent it here for council's approval, but for having found that they were in compliance. So it's a kind of an odd approval process in that sense, that it really is non-discretionary. And obviously, for the First Amendment reasons, parade permits have to be content neutral. I mean, it's the Nazis in Skokie. It's, you know, we can't deny a permit on the basis that we don't think it's appropriate to have that particular parade on that particular day. So, as we discussed, you know, my suggestion would be maybe to reach out to the Rough Riders in some capacity.
And if I may, that's what I was going to say. I know Councilman Dingfield, you had a question. If you want to, you may.
Well,
go ahead.
I hear what Ms. Zellman says, and I don't disagree, but there's probably nowhere that says we can't continue it for a week. Get additional information from staff in terms of what that application says, what the extent of it is alcohol going to be involved, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, and cross that bridge. I'm not even saying 2 weeks. We could cross it next week with an agenda. You know,
was it next week, CRA?
CRA, that's the challenge.
Yeah, but you could have a special. Just why?
Why? Because to set up a special call meeting is a Herculean project from the clerk's office for one item.
Can we do it during the evening session?
You probably can, sure.
Yeah,
You can take it up if you wish.
But
the question, here's my question, Council, and with all due respect, and I understand Council's concern, Council members' concern, but assuming that all that information comes back, still what basis would you then have to deny it?
I don't operate in terms of what ifs. If we want additional information, then we should have the right to get additional information, and a one-week continuance is not burdensome on anybody.
How about, what I'm suggesting is that we merely send a message from City Council requesting that this parade, if it's not, because again, there are cities that do Memorial, and that's why I was interested. There are cities that do Memorial Day parades that are very solemn, but that if it's not, that we, urge it to be consistent with the day. That's it. I think it's important for the body to speak out on that issue.
Okay.
Yeah, and again,
And
my
that's-
only concern is the way in which the code language is written.
Yes.
The only
I agree.
grounds for denial by city council would be a finding that the application didn't comply with the code.
And that's why I don't want to get
requirements.
involved in that. And I totally understand where Councilman Dingfelder's going, because that's where I was going to go until I spoke to y'all. But that's my only motion that I'm making in this regard, is simply a sense of counsel in that regard. Again, something that I'm sure everybody agrees with, but it would bother my conscience a lot if I didn't do that. It just would.
All right, Councilman Cedar, Councilman Goods.
Thank you very much. I am speaking as a council member, not as a Rough Rider. This is a parade that in which we are going to be honoring so many of our people, and I just would like to just read out something that has come to me from a person in charge, and it says, "Hi, Joe. I am contacting you from the Rough Riders. Thank you for speaking regarding the Rough Riders Parade. Please let Councilman Vieira know that we are actually planning a Hometown Heroes celebration of Armed Forces Parade." I think, excuse me, I hate to use that phrase, I think because I'm running on emotions. I know that if the Rough Riders are going to have a Memorial Day parade, and we are a military-style crew organization representing the good things that the Rough Riders and Teddy Roosevelt did, we are going to honor our military, especially on Memorial Day, in a way that we should. It is not necessary for this city council, in my opinion, to dictate any other parades, standards, except those that are in our codes. With no offense to anybody, but I feel this is starting to become a little overboard. I can give the assurance that my cooperation with the Rough Riders as a member, I will ensure that all organizations will be given the same opportunity to participate in this parade. If we were to have an Easter Day parade, will we be dictating on how the bunnies will be dressed? Nothing furthermore, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Goods.
Sometimes we make it a little more complicated than it has to be. And I hear what Ms. Zelman was saying about the code. And that's why I keep saying some of these codes intertwine, it gets confusing. But I think I wasn't hearing about a denial at all. I was just hearing a point of discussion. And Mr. Citro cleared that up by probably contacting, or people have contacted him about the parade. And so it was really, to me, it was nothing wrong with Mr. Dingfelder or Mr. Vera just asking for us to contact. It's the Rough Riders Parade, and see if we can have some kind of involvement with the parade. And Mr. Citro's already cleared that up, that they're planning on doing an armed forces salute and things like that. So I don't see an issue with staff or the special division, whoever does parades or whatever, to meet with the Rough Riders and see what they can do, or just get together. So to me, I think we just putting the cart before the horse here. I think we just got to take it back a little bit, see if we can contact Mr. Citro's Connect, work with them, and I think we can make everybody happy. I think I always tell everybody, just like with some of the issues we got coming with item 4 or 46, whatever. If we talk about the issues, and I always use that old police mentality. I'm sorry, but when I go somewhere and I got people in dispute, they're disputing because one side is mad and they can't compromise. But once you get all parties together I always say, you have to be able to bring everybody together to hear everyone's side. You're not going to make everybody happy all the time. You're just not. But if you can come to a general consensus, you can make anything work. I don't see anything difficult with this at all. I'm hoping that Mr. Citro can get with Mr. Vieira or those special use permits in recreation and see how we can have a good relationship, do what we do for this city. Thank you, Mr. Citro.
Councilman Vieira.
And thank you very much. And again, my thing is not complicated at all, merely a request that the parade be done in a manner that is consistent with the solemn nature of Memorial Day. That's it. If it is going to be termed the Memorial Day Parade, that's it. I'm not looking into denying this because we legally can't, I'm told, et cetera, and that's fine. But that's it. Just a simple request. I don't think that's controversial.
So what is the motion? Just write a letter?
A sense of counsel. I won't even do a letter. Just a sense of counsel asking that the parade be done in a way that is consistent with the solemn nature of Memorial Day. That's it.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
Nothing at all, sir. I really appreciate it. Well, you know what? No, I'll do that later. Thank you.
Councilman Citro, do you have any new business, sir?
Yes, at this time, I would like to present at a time specified later to Coach Jose and the USF women's basketball group team for the great job they did. They won their division.
Yep.
They went to March Madness, and they had one hell of a year. And so I would like to present a commendation, and we will work out logistics.
So we have a motion from Councilman Citro. I think a second was from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Anything else, sir? Councilman Citro?
That's it. I'm
Councilman
finished.
Booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership this afternoon, this morning. We lost another city worker about a week and a half ago in our Parks and Recreation Division. She was very, very loved. The children there, the community there. I went to the candlelight vigil last Friday. Myself and the mayor attended. Her service is going to be held this week. I would like to make a motion to give accommodation to honor the memory of Ms. Centura Nicole Isaac, a Park and Recreation supervisor who passed away Monday, March 22nd, 2021, after fighting a courageous battle with breast cancer. This will be presented to the family on Friday, April 2nd.
We have a motion from Councilman Goode. We have a second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Yes, sir.
I have a couple more, sir. We've been talking about a lot of issues that deal with the charter and deal with power and deal with salaries and so forth. I've been doing some research in reference to the clerk's office of different cities. And at this time, I'd like to make a motion that the city clerk's office is vital to the city council being able to function. The city clerk is a charter officer who works for both the mayor and the city council. Recognizing the separation of powers, we understand administration's role, but we are also responsible for the budget, and this is a budgetary issue. It's important that the employees of the clerk's office have the resources they need to support city council, and that the employees in the clerk's office are fairly compensated for what they accomplish. Therefore, I motion for city council to request the administration to take a closer look at the issues and, in its best judgment, determine appropriate action.
We have a motion from Councilman Goode. Do we have a second? Was that a second from Dingfelder? Councilman Dingfelder, were you the second?
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Goode.
Last and final motion of the day for me, sir. As you know, several of you may have received emails from several potential candidates for hire with the city of Tampa as it relates to our public safety areas in reference to our polygraph. I've had a discussion with Chief Bennett. A memo was sent out. You may have all received it, asking for some informational documents and so forth and so on. At this time, I did meet with Chief Bennett, and he concurred probably a workshop would be best. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion that the Office of the Chief of Staff, working with the police, fire, and human resource departments, come back to council on May or June date and speak to the recruitment and selection process of those public safety departments, specifically sharing the data history as retention records allowed in the memorandum dated March 31st, 2021, to focus on the utilization of the polygraph during the selection process.
We have a motion from Councilman Goods. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Wait, yes, ma'am?
He-
Do you have a
he's,
date, sir?
he's gonna come back and give us a date, because of the course that I've asked
So
of
to be
information
determined.
to be determined.
Motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Carlson?
Yep, two things real fast. You all may remember a year or so ago, you all indulged me to present for 10 minutes on what I call Tampa Scorecard. Since then, the mayor's office and Carol Post have taken the Economic Advisory Committee that we initiated, and they're going to be presenting sometime in the next couple months about what their ideas and plans are. But in the meantime, I've got an update on the Tampa Scorecard. Would you all allow me 10 minutes to present at the next workshop?
At the next workshop, 10 minutes. Let's see. The next workshop is the 22nd. So let's get the workshops that are already listed out of the way, the 9 a.m.s, and then do them after. Is that okay? If
Yep.
you're- All right.
Is that okay?
All right, so that's for April 22nd at 9 a.m., but as the last workshop, so we get everything else out of
So
the way.
I know it's an awkward thing for me to ask for myself, but if I could make a motion to do that.
All right.
If
Councilman Carlson has a motion. Councilman Goods with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir.
Thank you all. I think it's just important for the public and all of us to get the right data out there and how we measure. And I think there's a sea change going on in the community about how we look at our data. And then the other thing is that this is similar to Councilman Good's request just now, and if you think appropriate, we could add this on. But since our discussion about the fire department last week, I got a bunch of calls about the past history, not current, but past history about minority rights and female rights in the fire department. And the folks who called me would just like for Chief Tripp to come give a report on her plans to address at least the past perceived inequities for females and minorities. I think there's a strong feeling out there that Chief Tripp is going to lead the fire department in the right direction, and that the mayor and chief of staff and others are committed to this. But folks in the community just would like to hear what her plans are in that regard. So unless you think we should add on, I would make a motion that we ask Chief Tripp to come back and just come. When is there a time?
I mean, we can. Is it something you want right away? If not, we can put it in May 20th.
May 20th. Okay. You want to add it? Okay, so I would just make a motion to add to May 5th for, if that's okay.
Wait, you had a to be determined date for that polygraph thing, didn't you?
No.
Was it May 20th?
No date.
So we say to be determined until.
Well, can we do this one on May 20th and then?
All right, let's do it May 20th under staff reports.
Yes, please. So the motion would be for Chief Tripp to report on her plans to address how to build policies for equitable treatment of minority and female firefighters.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Anything else?
And if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Just with Councilman Carlson's motion, I had a conversation with Chief Tripp maybe 2 weeks ago or so on some of those issues, including the Women's Advisory Board, a couple of different things. And just to say that, on those issues, I have great confidence in Interim Chief Tripp. I think she's a good woman. I think she feels passionately in her heart on issues of diversity and pluralism, and I have every reason to believe that she's going to do a great job. And from my conversation with her, I think she's a good woman, as we all agree, by the way. But just to say that these are issues that she's on, so I think it'll be good to have her talk about that because she feels passionately about those issues.
Yes.
As I said, I haven't spoken to anyone who doesn't have full faith in Chief Tripp and the mayor. So we look forward to hearing their ideas, and I think it'll be good for the public to hear that we're addressing these issues. Thank you.
We had a motion from. No, Councilman Carlson, you made a motion. Who was the second? Goods? All in favor? Huh? We did? See, now you got to trip me up. All right. Councilman Miranda, do you have any new business, sir?
Yes, sir. I have a couple of items.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is, I have a letter that I received. I'm sure most of us received it, and not all of us, from John and Carol Burrell. It's about a problem that they have on 501 West Paris in the city of Tampa, and we have pictures of it. They sent us. This house is in deplorable condition. It's about ready to fall down. Code enforcement has been trying to work on it, and it's an abandoned structure. And I'm not blaming court enforcement. We'd just like to have this given over to the administration. The house is in dire need. It should be torn down. The property is vacant for some time. It's full of varmints in the back, overgrown items all over the place within the property. And the pictures tell a lot more than words. And I'd like to have us send this to John Bennett, see if he could funnel it through and process this. The need is dire. These are people who live at 503 West Paris Street, and that deserve some swift action, because this could hurt somebody very terribly.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion for Councilman Miranda, second for Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Yes, sir. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Two other things real quick. The passing of two great firefighters. One was Sam Sonardi, who was one of the stalwart leaders in the fire department when it first started. He and the mayors in the past, have worked diligently to work on the fire department's monies that have been invested, and they've done a fantastic job. If it wasn't for those individuals in the past, the fire department would not be as strong financially as it is today. And I did go to the Saturday, because I was off Saturday, and I went to the wake. I could not stay. I had to go to my granddaughter's wedding. And then the other firefighter who passed away was Ernie Carrera. And I was going to go to the wake, but we had the special call meeting on Monday, so I apologize to the Carrera family for not attending. But both of those individuals were stalwart in the fire department, and that's why we have the city that we have today. And I just would say thank you to both of those individuals who gave so much and worked so diligently to make the city of Tampa what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very good sentiments to two very good, loyal public servants to this community, and I'm glad that you brought both of them up. Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
Give you the gavel to the Chair Pro Tem. First motion I'd like to make is in regards to what we talked about Monday. I sent out a memo with a couple of action items moving forward for future city council meetings. I hope you all read those. The only change that I would make that was sent out, one of them was to move CRA to separate day meeting once per month, since we have one CRA meeting per month. I put second Tuesday of the month, but discussing it with Michelle Van Loan and how they get their information in, and in preparation for those meetings, they would prefer the third Tuesday of the month. I think that would, because some of these meetings go very long, I think that would keep a balance, but there are 12 items total. That memo was sent out. I hope that council members did see that, see everything. And I'd just like to make a motion that we adopt these new guidelines just to keep the meetings moving, quickly and more efficiently. Councilman Dingfelder, did you read the memo?
I did read the memo. I'm trying to pull it up
Okay.
because I had one question on one item.
Okay.
In regard to the CRA meeting,
Uh-huh.
actually two questions, I guess. In regard to the CRA meeting, what are we at currently? We're at one. We do a full CRA day.
We have a CRA meeting during the day and usually a night council meeting. And since the CRA meetings have gone longer, for example, next Thursday we have CRA at 9 a.m. and then we have a 6 p.m. council evening meeting with 10 land rezonings and 1 continued.
Okay, so the whole intent is to try and get CRA by itself, where there's
Yes.
no.
Yeah, so
But
at
if we-
least,
but
because
if-
we
but
have a
if
lot of,
If we do that, aren't we gonna end up with a full council meeting combined with a night meeting?
Well, we would just come in for that night meeting instead of being here day to night, because the CRA meetings have gone into the afternoon.
Oh,
Mr.
so you're-
Chairman,
so
I-
you're going to combine a regular, I'm sort of confused.
It'll be a new
I
day.
am
We
too.
don't meet on Tuesdays, so we'll have CRA on Tuesday just to give us a morning break on that Thursday morning.
Mr. Chairman, that was my question. I have a question about that. I thought the council can certainly do that, but I thought the intention was to free up more time to be able to do workshops, which is
Well, if
an
we-
item
if-
down too.
Yeah, if we have to add another workshop date, instead of having, a very heavy workshop day, we can add it that morning and maybe split it up and have that additional workshop monthly meeting, just so we're out of here by lunchtime, or we're not spending, whole days and whatnot.
So I missed the subtle nuance. It's the third Tuesday.
Third-
I think I immediately thought third Thursday.
No, third Tuesday, and we spoke to Michelle Van Loan just so they get their information in and all reports done. So that was it. And if we, need that, because item number 6 says schedule workshops on the second and fourth Thursdays, if we even have that much business, but that's what it would do. So instead of having one heavy workshop day, we can split it up 2 times in the month and just streamline things. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, sir. So if I'm understanding correct, that Tuesday, then we will be meeting that Thursday morning for a workshop, correct?
Yes, if we need it. If we don't have, if we can handle one workshop meeting a month, then fine. If not, we take it to 2.
And I have like I expressed before, a tiny concern on what I call induced demand potentially. But that being said, that's 5% of your work product there, and so I'm gonna 100% support. And I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair, and your staff, and our attorney, Mr. Shelby, for putting this together, because I know that's not hard, or that's not easy. Excuse me. And but yeah, I'm glad to support, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Anything else? Councilman Carlson? Councilman Dingfelder?
Go to Carlson first.
Carlson?
Yeah, similar to what Mr. Riera said, I support everything on here. My preference is to keep the CRA on the same day unless we need more days. I think we should try to find efficiencies in time instead of adding more time. But the rest of it I agree with. The only thing that's missing is you didn't put that the chair will have a buzzer, or somebody will have a buzzer for us.
We have a set timer in item number 5, set timer
Okay, I
for
missed
5
it,
minutes
sorry.
for each council member.
Awesome, thank you.
So, yeah, we have it here. Councilman Dingfelder, yes, sir.
Okay, I found your memo. Yeah, I think I agree with Mr. Carlson on that one item. I'm not sure that the CRA issue, it's one of those that if it ain't broke, I'm not sure why we're fixing it. It seems like sometimes the CRA meetings go long, but most of the time, I think we can finish by noon.
All right.
So I don't think it's that bad. But then the other one was, hold on, let me see, set 15-minute timer. Oh, item 5, set timer for 5 minutes for each council member's discussion to keep track of time. I'm fine with that, but typically we ask questions to staff, or might be even a question to the applicant or to the community or something like that. Is it meant that 5 minutes includes
No. It wouldn't be like an applicant with a rezoning hearing, like, oh, you have 3 minutes left of your 5 minutes and whatnot. It would be if you have something to say, many of us talk and we give our support or thoughts on something.
The intent's not to include the response, because
No.
if that person responds for 5 or 10 minutes, we shouldn't.
No, if I propose something and say, I want to propose this new whatever at city council, I limit my discussion to 5 minutes and not, go beyond that. That's it, just to
Okay.
keep things going.
All right.
But it wouldn't be like an applicant in a rezoning where you're on a set timer and it's, you use your rebuttal time, or can I have another minute, council member,
Right.
and blah, blah,
But
blah.
But let's say John Bennett's up at the podium, and I have 3 or 4 questions to him, okay? And he has answers back to me. The answers are not included in
No.
the 5 minutes,
No,
just the questions.
if that,
Okay.
I don't think we'll be picky on that, but let's say I propose a draft ordinance on something or want something. I'm not going to take 15 minutes and,
To pontificate.
I'll keep it within 5 minutes.
Okay,
So that's it.
that's fine.
Yes, sir.
I'll go along with, I don't like it, to be honest with you. I don't think that's necessary. I
What,
think
the timer?
the timer, the 5 minutes, I think that everyone respects everybody, and I think when issues come up, people talk. You know when you're getting lengthy because people start to look and you kind of wrap it up. But that's just my opinion, and I'm only one. But I mean, to me,
You know what? I have someone on the second floor that needs to leave in 45 minutes to pick up their grandkids, and this discussion is going longer than expected. I'm going to just hold off on my new business until the end of the meeting. All right, thank you very much. We go to item number 39.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi. Item number 39 is file number REZ 20-103. The general property location is 5426 Bay Center Drive, and the request before you on first reading was to rezone from PD to PD for office, business, professional, medical office, hotel, multifamily, residential. As you're aware, it was continued from February 11th and then also on March 18th. In discussions with the agent, they are going to propose some additional conditions, and I'll just read them out, and then I'll defer to the agent to present those. But just so we're on the same page, they're proposing the following amenities be provided on the site proximate to the public sidewalk, which would be on property, which rezoning can accommodate, and by the developer for public use, which would be 1 bicycle repair station, 1 water fountain, bottle filler station, 2 bicycle racks, and 3 pet waste stations. With that being said, I will defer to the agent, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions at this time? No? Mr. Cohen, you were sworn in earlier, I believe. So I see you on the screen. Mr. Mechanic, you were not sworn in. I also see a Tim Graff and a Dan Woodward. If you're on, I see you. Please raise your right hands. We'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wells, do you have anything, or are you just standing by? No? Okay. Mr. Mechanic, you're the representative here, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is David Mechanic. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. We had a fairly lengthy meeting on February 11th. However, and I plan to do a very brief initial presentation, but a lot has actually occurred since February 11th. So I would ask that I be given approximately 10 minutes to do a initial presentation, and then reserve the balance of my time, another 10 minutes for rebuttal, if that is acceptable to the council.
We've already heard this case like 1.5 times. Is there any objection by council members? No? All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I will try to be as brief as I can, but there's a lot of material to cover. I have with me this afternoon Tim Graff with Crescent Resources, the applicant. I also have Dan Woodward from Highwoods Properties, who is the landowner on this project. Also with me is Randy Cohen of Cohen and Company, the AIC planner on this project. I would just like to ask that you enable Randy to share his screen. As I said, we'd like to do a brief recap of the application, and also to try and dispel a number of misconceptions. First, I'd like to say that we concur in the staff report and agree to make all of the changes listed in the revised revision sheet. And I would note that we have received all favorable comments from the City and Planning Commission staff, including a finding of consistency with the comp plan and the land development code. We are only asking for 2 changes in the approved plan from what was approved in 2018. We are requesting a small increase in the size of the second building's footprint and a small increase in height of the second building. With that, I'd like to have Randy Cohen present the particulars of the amendment.
Thank you. Let me begin. Randy Cohen, 4121 West Cypress Street. I have been sworn. Just want to run you through the site plan and the changes. The first items we have here are just the site plan as it was approved. This is where we're at today. The northern building has been constructed. Southern building is in this location here, a very large rectangle, a building of 223,000 square feet and change. It's a 7-story building. It can be office, it can be multifamily with up to 546 dwelling units, or a hotel with up to 524 rooms. These are the approved uses for this building as it sits today. Want to move to what we're proposing, which is a reconfiguration of the building footprint, and I'll go to a colored slide to make it a little easier. Instead of being the large rectangle we have approved today, we're seeking to elongate the building, be able to mask both the existing parking garage and the proposed parking garage with the building itself. The building footprint increases from 32,000 square feet to 38,000 square feet. The height that Mr. Mechanic discussed is a 23-foot increase, which allows the building to go from 7 stories to 9 stories. Why are we doing this? Plain and simple, Crescent Communities builds high-end residential products. That's what they wish to build here. They are larger units. They are very high-end, comparable to condos. With this particular application, we're actually asking to reduce the amount of multifamily that can be built from 546 units, taking away 254 units. So the project is 292 units. That's a reduction of 48% in the number of units. With that reduction, the parking structure, which is currently approved to be 11 stories and encompass this entire area, sorry about that, would be literally an expansion that would be 50% of that which is currently proposed, which is substantial, and I believe provides a nice visual screen with the building we're proposing. The traffic, again, reduces by about 50% for the phase 2 building. That's literally a decrease of 135 vehicle trips in the morning, 131 vehicle trips in the afternoon. This is all based upon the 2018 detailed traffic study that was done for the prior rezoning. The city determined a traffic study was not required for this proposal since we were substantially reducing the entitlements that we were seeking approval for. From a transportation standpoint, I've calculated the mobility fees, and in this particular case, since the property's in the West Shore area-wide DRI, there's also a neighborhood fee. Those together total $390,580. $65,000 of that is the neighborhood fee for direct improvements in the neighborhood itself. Moving through this, just to give you an idea, this is the site that's empty today. To the north of it is the existing 7-story office building. There's an 8-story parking structure here with an approval to build an 11-story parking structure beside it. We would not be doing that under the option we're proposing today. The office building sits here. This is the 4-story building that exists today. These are both 8-story condominiums that exist today. The Planning Commission in the city of Tampa found our project to be consistent. They also found it to be compatible from a height standpoint, given the other projects in the neighborhood. This is a view of the building as it's approved today with the 7-story office building here on the right. This is the building as it would be proposed under the current proposal, which is a 9-story building, which, by the way, the applicant is seeking LEED certification of this building as well. And here's another view of that building that shows the large amenity area as opposed to having a building footprint that would encompass this entire area. And with that, I will turn it back to Mr. Mechanic.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to report City Council asked us to meet with the neighborhood, and we had 2 Zoom meetings since the February 11th meeting, and we met with representatives of the Beach Park Association and the 2 condominium towers, Mariner North and Mariner South. As a result of those discussions, my client has offered to provide additional amenities on the site, which Ryan referred to earlier, and which we agree would be added as a condition on the project, a bicycle repair station, water fountain, bottle filler station, bicycle racks, and pet waste stations. These would all be open to the public and open to the neighborhood. In addition, my client agreed to certain things which are not appropriate to be included on the site plan, but were topics that came up during the discussions with the neighborhood. And so we've agreed to implement these plans, one of which is to add equipment to the fitness trail along Bay Center Drive that would extend from the project all the way up to Hoover Boulevard. We are also proposing to do a traffic study to consider the appropriateness of certain traffic calming devices, and we would then encourage the city, to the extent that they were deemed appropriate by the city, to include those improvements in the neighborhood. We also have agreed to cooperate with the neighborhood to request FDOT to dredge the canal in front of their properties as well as in front of the project itself. And finally, we've agreed to manage construction traffic in such a way that trucks would be directed toward Bay Center Drive as much as possible and avoid Mariner Boulevard. We can't totally guarantee no trucks would be on Mariner, but the idea would be as we funnel as much traffic as possible to Bay Center Drive. And at this point, I would like Dan Woodward to just say a few words, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Dan Woodward. I'm with Highwoods Properties, 3111 West Dr. Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Tampa. Tampa's been my home since 1985. Highwoods has been in our market since 1996 and built the office building in 2007. The adjacent land parcel has remained vacant since that time. Given the city's focus on mixed-use development, Highwoods would like to see a high-quality residential building next to our existing office building. We are not asking for a different use than that currently allowed. We're simply asking for modifications to the current zoning to facilitate a better product. We have met with the neighborhood group several times and will continue to work with them both on this site and off the site to improve the neighborhood. These proposed changes meet the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. They have city staff approval. It reduces the density in the traffic and it facilitates a much higher quality project. We respectfully ask your approval of these modifications so we may move forward with this project and continue to promote economic vitality in West Shore.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our initial presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Do we have anybody here in the public on the second floor that is here to speak? If you're on the second floor, please approach the kiosk and state your name. And please raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Sure, yes.
All right, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Leanne Benetti. First, I want to say I love the reference to the Carpenters, and I like being around a group of people who actually knew what that was. Good morning, or actually good afternoon at this point, gentlemen. You're looking at and listening to a lifelong, very lucky resident of Tampa, or we'll call it Champa, since that's what we are now. 60 years ago, I came home from Tampa General Hospital to the very neighborhood that's being considered for this project. And I want to be on record that I am adamantly opposed to this 9-story multifamily project in this neighborhood. This is an invasion, or as somebody said earlier today, it is a feeding frenzy affecting the infrastructure and the quality of life in Beach Park and in South Tampa. This is not a reasonable request for a lot of different reasons. Our roads are currently unnavigable most of the time. On normal days, can you imagine adding hundreds of additional families from this multifamily community trying to evacuate that many cars. We flood now with just a heavy rain. It's unbelievable what the flooding does in our neighborhood. This structure has no business going into a coastal high hazard area, much less it doesn't fit the character of the community that we have worked so hard and paid so much to create. I am concerned, very concerned, for the lack of privacy, for increased crime, for the noise and light pollution that this structure of this size will surely create, but mostly for the safety of my triplet children who are very mentally stressed and worried about their privacy and more congestion and people in our immediate neighborhood with very narrow streets and absolutely no sidewalks. The bottom line is this development, without a doubt, will negatively affect our quality of life, our mental health, our property values. I implore you, I beg you, please do not approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll sanitize the lectern, and we will have the next speaker.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes? Your microphone is...
Hold on to turn on my mic. There
All
we
right,
go.
go ahead.
Okay. Before you get started, I'm sorry to interrupt, but a reminder, Council, as you know, this is, as was stated, a continued public hearing from the 11th of February when testimony and evidence was taken. So that being the case, the Council's procedure customarily is that if somebody previously spoke at the hearing for first reading, that they do not have another opportunity. So I just want to put the public on notice that if you have spoken previously on this matter at the first reading on February 11th, that you should limit your comments to the subject of the continuance. And I would ask Council, the public to be mindful of that, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Just point of order. I would move to waive that rule just because it's been a long time since we had that initial hearing. The petitioner has asked for a full-blown 20 minutes to represent their case. So if somebody's gone to the trouble of calling in or coming down here, I think we should waive that rule and allow them the opportunity to restate their position.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am. Please raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
You need it by motion?
It's without objection. I didn't hear an objection.
Without objection. Okay.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Please state your name.
Dr. Tammy King. I live on Mariner Street. I'm also a lifetime resident of Tampa. I was born here. And I have to say, I can't phrase it any differently or better than Leanne just did. Completely support everything she said. In these neighborhoods, they're quiet neighborhoods. That's why we live there. That's why we moved there. The idea that our living conditions are not going to be protected with this 9-story monster coming up in our quiet neighborhood. The streets are already very small. The violation of our privacy, the ingress and egress on a daily basis is already difficult. On top of that, property value and safety, all our concerns. Again, she stated it very well, but you've got to know that the neighborhood was not aware of this, and as more I talk to people in our community and in the streets, they are opposed to it. They just simply were not aware. And I think with additional time, we could bring them so that they are aware. This is not something that this small community wants. Also, the consideration of emergency vehicles getting in and getting out, and the beautiful landscape in that area that we appreciate would be devastated with this building construction. So we implore you, beg you, please to reconsider allowing this in our neighborhood.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll sanitize the lectern and we'll bring up the next speaker.
I got it.
Do we have another speaker here?
No other speakers for 39.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to the speakers that are registered. I have 14 names. And if we can bring them on, please turn on your cameras and unmute yourselves, and we'll swear you in little by little. How many do we have that are logged in?
I would say at least 12.
At least 12? Okay.
So we're going to bring 4 at a time.
Okay, I see Jennifer Sparks, a Scott Jackman, John Mueller, and Katie. If you could please raise your right hands, we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, Katie, you go first. You're first on my list. Go ahead.
All right, and for the record, I'm Katie Berkey, and I'm a board-certified specialist in city, county, and local government law, as well as a certified AICP planner. I represent Save Beach Park LLC, which involves dozens of concerned Beach Park area residents. And my testimony today is to follow up to my email from March 30th to council. And I'd like to start by reiterating how the proposed development is inconsistent with the comp plan. First and foremost, and of most concern to several area residents, is the fact that the property is located in the coastal high hazard area. The flood risk analysis that we provided from Brazaga with my email evaluates the current and future flood risk of the property and found that it is prone to storm surge flooding during major storm events today. Specifically, the entire property and the majority of the property are expected to flood during worst case Category 3 and Category 2 storms respectively. And this substantiates the earlier comments from area residents and what they already know to be true and have stated on the record. In addition, flooding within the property is also expected during any worst case hurricane of any category under projected sea level rise, and those projected levels are provided by NOAA. The comp plan specifically requires consideration of coastal hazards in all land use decisions and of how existing and future residents can safely evacuate and shelter in the event of a storm. It also requires the directing of future population away from the coastal high hazard area and requires new development to use best practices to address sea level rise. The proposed multifamily development option in the coastal high hazard area is fundamentally inconsistent with the comp plan by directing a net population increase into the coastal high hazard area. And the applicant has yet to demonstrate that the development will meet or exceed flood resistant construction requirements, will utilize best practices to mitigate projected sea level rise, and won't impair evacuation rates or shelter capacity. As noted in the record from a late submission, I believe yesterday or the day before, there's also inadequate public school capacity to serve the project. Specifically, the designated elementary school is already at 99% capacity, and the middle and high schools for this location are already exceeding capacity, and that deficiency will be further compounded as a result of the multifamily option proposed today. The comp plan also encourages development that promotes use of public transit and pedestrian and bicycle travel. And the applicant's very recent offering to include a bike repair station, 2 bike racks, a pet waste station, and refillable water bottle fountain is appreciated, but are not true concessions, as these sorts of improvements are encouraged by the comp plan already and should have been factored in at a much earlier juncture, in my opinion. The proposed development is also incompatible with the scale and character of the area as noted by the prior speakers and area residents. The area is mostly comprised of single and 2-story residential lots, 2-story and 4-story office buildings, and about approximately 75-foot tall condominium there to the southwest. The multifamily development option proposed is also 23 feet and 2 stories taller than the existing office building on the property.
Thank you very much.
How much more time does she need?
How much more time do you need, ma'am?
I have about four sentences, if I could please.
Okay,
finish.
go
I would
ahead,
appreciate
go
it.
ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. The proposed design is monolithic and features repetitive design elements and facades, and there's no variable roof lines or other elements that enhance visual interest and reduce massing. And my last point, the request also doesn't comply with the West Shore overlay development standards, and the applicant has requested a waiver from the standards on the remaining frontages which in my opinion is a missed opportunity to improve aesthetics and mobility consistent with the comp plan and consistent with future development in the overlay that will be expected to comply with these standards, and which would have gone a long way to protect the existing lower density residential in the area and mitigate the project's incompatibilities. And for these reasons, it's my professional opinion that the application be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Jennifer Sparks.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Sparks, and I live at 23 West Spanish Main Street in Beach Park. I strongly oppose the rezoning of the property located at 5426 Bay Center Drive. The first issue I would like to speak to is our public schools. The schools in our neighborhood are Grady Elementary, Coleman Middle, and Plant High, and all three of these schools are either at or above capacity. The 1,800 units recently approved at West Shore Mall are going to add many more students to these schools that are already extremely overcrowded. I worked for Hillsborough County Schools for 9 years as a teacher in South Tampa, and I know firsthand the issues these teachers face with overcrowded classrooms. The second issue is the proposed height. The developers have 115 feet already approved, and yet they are asking for more. Each additional story detracts from the privacy of the residents of Beach Park. The residents of Beach Park did not know about the 2018 rezoning, or we would have strongly spoken in opposition to that as well. Highwoods is known as an office REIT, and the neighbors did not expect Highwoods to seek approval for an apartment complex. We feel Highwoods has betrayed our neighborhood. The third issue is traffic. The council is well aware of the traffic congestion on Kennedy Boulevard and West Shore Boulevard. Both of these roads have traffic volume today that exceeds their designed capacity. So why are we adding more traffic to two major roadways already at a level of service D? This project will serve only to add more traffic to our neighborhood streets, including Azeel and Cleveland. The fourth issue is compatibility. There is not a 138-foot tall apartment complex within 3 miles of Beach Park. Please do not allow this project to set a new standard for our neighborhood. The last issue is the coastal high hazard area. Our neighborhood has provided evidence to this council related to this very serious coastal high hazard issue associated with putting hundreds of additional residents within a known evacuation area. Everyone remembers our last hurricane evacuation, and we all remember the perils of everyone trying to evacuate at the same time on an already congested roadway system. Beach Park should be given the same consideration as the area south of Gandy that is currently proposed for a multifamily moratorium. The residents of Beach Park respectfully request that this council consider adding the coastal areas from Kennedy Boulevard south to Beta Bay Boulevard as part of the building moratorium area. We thank council for the opportunity to speak on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Scott, and then we go to John Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. As a relatively recent member of the Beach Park community, my wife and I moved here about a year ago. I've been a longtime member. We both have residents of Tampa, but we moved to South Tampa, and this neighborhood in particular, for the benefits that it provides, and without belaboring the points made by my neighbors, that being the impact on traffic and privacy, I would emphasize some of the specifics of that. In terms of privacy, this has always been very much a residential and pedestrian neighborhood where people are out riding bikes, they're walking their dogs on a daily basis, unlike any other community I've lived in Tampa, and that's very unique and an attraction to us as we frankly moved here to look to retire in this community. Our house is right on the corner of Azeel and O'Brien Street. This development, while not physically in our backyard, literally is going to impact us as if it were in our backyard, both in terms of the overflow from vehicular traffic and also pedestrian traffic. The people walking and biking, they absolutely will be filtering up through our communities and overcrowding that more than it already is. In terms of the traffic, I understand the experts will speak to that. Everybody wants to make an argument about the increase in traffic, which is legitimate. And I will tell you that living right on Azeel, there is a high number of vehicles, a large number of vehicles that come all the way through from Del Mabor and beyond, right through Azeel, all the way to Hoover and out, simply because it's an easy access in their minds to 275. So we have already, no matter what the traffic study might reflect, an elevated number of out of neighborhood vehicles coming through our neighborhood as a pass-through. Not that the new development necessarily would increase the volume, but it certainly won't lessen it, and it will be an impact on our neighborhood. And I understand that this is simply, as the developer puts it, a request for two small revisions to the plan, and I wholeheartedly agree with my neighbors that had we been involved in the initial discussions, we would have vehemently opposed the development from the get-go. It is simply not in character with our residential neighborhood, the single-family layout of the properties, and I think it'll have an adverse impact both on the lifestyle of it and the investment that we've made in this property. Our property values unquestionably are going to go down with this type of multifamily development in our area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, John Mueller.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is John Mueller. I live on Sandpiper Road, which is a small peninsula on the bay at the intersection of Azeel Street and Hoover Boulevard. Sandpiper Road comprises about 35 single-family houses. My family and I have lived in my home since 1976. A few decades ago, the city responded to the traffic concerns of the residents of Azeel Street and Cleveland Street by placing traffic calming humps from West Shore Boulevard to Hoover Boulevard. This was an attempt to not only slow traffic, but to dissuade commuters from using these secondary roads rather than the more circuitous and slower route heading west on Kennedy Boulevard. When this did not fully resolve the problem, a series of no left turn signs were placed along West Shore Boulevard, providing cross-traffic turns during the morning and evening rush hours. In the past year or so, new road markings were installed at the intersection of West Shore and Cleveland, warning motorists not to come to a stop and block cross traffic. Councilman, you know you have a traffic congestion problem when you
And then for the speaker, I don't know how you're on mute or not.
I'm sorry. I'll continue. Councilman, you know you have a traffic congestion problem when you must admonish motorists to forego a mere 20-foot car length because they know it will result in a frustrating and compounding time delay in reaching their destination. Lastly, at the Kennedy intersecting streets off of Cleveland Street have been blocked to vehicular traffic. Many years ago, there were about 5 of these Kennedy/Cleveland Street intersections that acted as a relief valve to get to Kennedy Boulevard. The last and most recent closure, about 2 months ago, was Ward Street. I'm sympathetic to the increased traffic concerns of the residents of Cleveland Street, but we now have only 3 viable routes to go north off the McGill Peninsula. The first one is Azeel Street at West Shore, where there's a long wait time traffic light. The second is Hoover Boulevard at Kennedy, that will back up even further with the approval of this project. The third is Cleveland Street at West Shore, where there is no traffic light. Councilman, to my mind, approving this project and similar future projects in and around the Mariner Business Park contains a level of circular logic. It's as if to say, let's increase the residential density in order to increase the property tax base so that money is available to mitigate the traffic impact caused by increased residential density. I'm opposed to this project for the traffic congestion concerns outlined and the negative impact to the quality of life enjoyed by the current residents of Beach Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to bring in the next group to speak. I see Castellano. Sir, is there going to be a Courtney Castellano, or did you both register?
I'm going to be, can you unmute? Yes, I'm going to be speaking for Courtney Castellano.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Jorge Inga.
Wait, just a minute. I was just curious to see if there was a separation. Who else do we have
Can you hear me?
on the line?
Sir, I can clear this up. My
Sure.
name is Dr. Dominic Castellano. My wife, Courtney, was registered to speak as well. Our neighbors, Dr. Jorge Inga, was unable to register in time, so my wife gave up her slot so he could speak about his experience. And then I'm my time from my experience.
Okay. All right, let's bring the next group of individuals for public comment on, and we'll swear them in.
Okay, Mr. Dominic Castellano, you need to turn on your video
Yes.
along with.
Is it not on?
No, it's not on. We can only hear you, but we can't see your face.
Okay. It says view webcams all. I clicked it. Oh my gosh, you gotta love. Oh, I'm very sorry. I've got my voice on, and what I think I'm hitting the video, so I'm not sure how to change that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry. So.
All right. Who else do we have that's logged in?
I have Carolyn Beechler.
Okay.
She's on. She needs to enable her video as well.
Okay.
Along with Alfredo Tapia.
All right.
He was on, but I think.
All right, Carolyn Beechler, if you're on, please turn your camera on. I do not see Carolyn, and I do not see Dominic.
Okay. Let me see if I can. This is interesting.
It doesn't say
can you
view
guys see me
webcam,
now?
turn on webcam or anything?
Can you see me now?
No.
Well, I don't know what I can do differently, so I apologize.
All right, the one person I see is it Dr. Inga?
Yes.
All right, we'll start with you. Please raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
All
you.
right, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. As a matter of information, I moved to Mariner Street in 1980. Now, I think that the main concern that we should have is safety over any economical factor. In 1982, we had a hurricane, Elena. I was living there, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, we were all evacuated by the police. So people had to take their children, pets, and everything. It took more than 2 hours to evacuate the street. And then the streets were almost unable to be seen. They were all flooded. And it was the only building that we have at that time was the street and the 2 condominiums that exist now. Now, something else I want to call to your attention. I have seen pictures when this street was built. This is a man-made street. I think it's universally accepted that nobody is building high-rises or multi-family units in the seafront. I'm not talking about Chicago, where you are in Lakeshore Drive 500 yards from the lake. This is the real seafront. I mean, my seawall is next to the water. In fact, I have to raise my seawall because now the wave goes into my backyard. So if there is a hurricane, the whole area will be flooded. I'm not talking about 1 foot or 2 feet, we're talking about 8 to 10 feet. So in this particular case, I think, God forbid, something happened and there are fatalities. People are going to blame people who allowed these dwellings to be built. There is something else. Don't forget, the airport is very close by. Now, when you see I see airplanes all the time, but when it's dark and it's raining, I've seen a couple of times those planes getting very close to the actual building that we have now. I don't want to see what happened when you have a story that's 5 stories higher than what we already have. He's asking for trouble, asking for something that eventually will happen. God forbid. I hope he won't. But when I was working in St. Joseph Hospital, we were training to provide emergency services in case of something like that may happen. So we're in a very vulnerable area in Tampa. We're at sea level. Now you know that the level of the ocean are rising everywhere. In fact, Bangkok in Thailand is the first city I want to go underwater. I was there and you see many streets underwater. Now, like I told you, I have to raise my seawall. Now you want to raise now a 9-story building in an area that you know is going to be flooded? To me, that doesn't make any sense. It's putting the life of the people buying those condominiums at risk. Because when they buy and they see it's a beautiful area, they don't know the risk they are taking. I think I have a strong opposition to allow this, in my opinion, basically, I wouldn't call lack of sustentation or safety concern. I don't know what to call it, but I mean, the first priority of the city council would be just to take care of the safety of the people living here.
Thank you very much, sir.
If you allow for that building, you won't be doing the job. I'm sorry, but that's the way I see it.
Thank you very much. All right, Dominic Castellano, we see you. If you could raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, City Council, for giving me an opportunity to speak. So, as a native to Tampa, I've been here since I've been an infant, and I've gone to high school, I went to medical school, and I only went away for a short duration to do my training. Since I've come back, I've seen Tampa grow, which has been a good thing. However, what I've appreciated, in particular the South Tampa area, that area south of Kennedy, seems to be developing too fast. The geography and the infrastructure of this area is different compared to the rest of those areas that are north of Kennedy. In particular, our West Shore corridor that is south of Kennedy. It's already become too overcrowded because of the developments that have occurred on the south side. And what I'm referencing to are those areas that are south of Gandy. And as I've listened to multiple meetings today and other homeowners who have voiced their disapproval, particularly those individuals in SOG, south of Gandy, what I see is what we're going to allow now is going to become what they're living through presently. And I think what needs to be brought to the forefront is that there's multiple apartments and condos and townhomes south of Gandy that have been developed, in particular West Shore Yacht Club, as well as the current marina project. I think what is not being appreciated is that there are a lot of other projects that have not been done that are going to affect West Shore horribly, namely Georgetown. There are a number of homes, townhomes that are going to go in there, and it hasn't even been touched yet. In addition, you have West Shore Mall, to my understanding, is going to allow 1,500 unit development that used to involve the old Sears building. That too is not under development. And yet West Shore Yacht Club is going to add another tower as well as approximately 22 townhomes. So I do have some unique perspective in that I lived in the West Shore Yacht Club for 9 months. I got to experience what those individuals that live south of Gandy are going through. The rush hours in the morning and the evenings is crazy. You have to take back roads, bypass West Shore to try to get to Manhattan, to get on Kennedy, or excuse me, to get on Gandy, then to work your way towards Dale Mabry to work yourself north. In addition, this brings me my concern for the current planned development at 5426 Bay Center Drive. It's a very large building, and in addition to that, there's been proposal for another building at 200 South Hoover, as well as an even bigger building at 5600 Mariner Street. And what my point is that we're not ready for this. And I would respectfully ask that those council members, particularly Carlson, Goods, and Vieira, have they ever been down to the area of what they're talking to develop? There's also not only noise, but also light pollution. In addition, we have never notified of what was going to be built here. And I've been here since 2018 on Mariner, and I never knew that they were transitioning the building to what they're doing now. And I'm very frustrated by this. The only reason why I happen to find out of what's being proposed is because of neighbors putting out signs to make us aware. There was never any signage to notify us as to the magnitude of this building. I respectfully request that you reevaluate this, postpone it to allow myself and other neighbors and citizens involved to be a part of this. We are not against development, but it has to be something that's going to work for the community involved. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. All right, bring the next row of speakers.
Chair, we have Carolyn Beechler on the line, but she has not enabled her video. Other than that, no one else is logged on, so that would conclude this portion.
All right, so we can't even go to Carolyn Beechler.
She has not enabled her video or audio.
Okay, I'll just ask one last time. Carolyn Beechler, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself and turn your camera on. If not, this will conclude public comment. No, you don't see anything? All right. Okay, we will then go back to the applicant for rebuttal. And you asked for 10 minutes, is that correct, Mr. Mechanic?
Yes, well.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, I'm sorry, Mr. Mechanic, to interrupt, but if there are questions at this time by City Council, the purpose of rebuttal is to have the applicant have the last word.
Okay, any council members have any questions?
If not, then we can proceed.
Councilman Dingfelder has a question. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Yes, is staff still on the line? I hope so. There's Ryan.
There he is.
Ryan, one of the issues that was raised in the 2018 approval, and it appears to be carrying over to this requested approval, is the issue of the possible waiver of the West Shore overlay standards. And one or more of the folks spoke to that earlier about not only aesthetics, but also the mobility standards that are part of the West Shore Overlay District. Can you elaborate a little bit in terms of, and I read the staff report, and I read your comments, basically summarized as, you know, well, they were approved on the existing building, and in the 2018 to waive the West Shore standards. So it might be sort of weird to require the West Shore standards on the new construction. I think that seems to summarize what I read. But anyway, could you elaborate on that a little bit? And then I have, I think, one or two other questions, Mr. Chairman. I'll reserve my time, as Councilman would say.
Yes, sir, I'll do my best. But I believe you kind of answered the way I would answer. The waiver was requested in 2018. It was approved by City Council, and they're providing that as a rollover waiver in this request.
Well, but my question specifically, Ryan, before we get into it, is what are those standards? Can you elaborate on those standards? Because if we're waiving something, we should know specifically what we're waiving. Yeah.
I would have to refer to the code for that. I mean, there's a code section for the West Shore overlay standards.
Well, can you generalize, or should we refer to somebody else?
Randy may have a lot of knowledge in it. I'm not an urban design reviewer for it, so I don't want to give you a brief summary of a code section that's established and then miss something out. Other than,
well, you know what? Let me ask the resident expert in the middle of my screen, Mr. Cohn. You probably drafted most of the West Shore standards, and I trust you to be abundantly honest, as you always are. So what are the standards, the West Shore standards, that might be applied to this building? What is it that we're being asked to waive?
There would be three likely standards here. The first are building setbacks, which this project actually does pretty much comply with, minimum of 10 feet, maximum of 20 feet. The only area in question would be the amenity area, which is recognized as being part of a setback. So our setbacks are generally consistent, with the exception of the trash compactor on the very eastern portion of the site, where there is a 5-foot setback for a corner of the compactor enclosure. The other two likely candidates in this particular issue would be fenestration. In other words, the building being embellished, not being flat planes. It certainly is not that, with the glass, the railing, and the other things going on. The third item is transparency on the ground level, which I believe this project probably does meet, although I've not done that calculation to confirm the exact percentage, but it certainly seems that it would meet that as well. As a matter of fact, ironically, we have a waiver in this particular project to reduce the number of loading berths down to 2 as opposed to the several that are required under code. If this project were in the overlay, we would not have that waiver because in the overlay, only 1 loading berth is required per building that requires any loading berths whatsoever. So generally speaking, this particular building is pretty consistent with the overlay. We also have connections to the public sidewalks, et cetera. A lot of things going with this project are very consistent with the overlay. However, the issue becomes the existing office building, which is a part of this PD, that was actually constructed before the overlay actually even applied in this area, which is why this waiver is here.
How about the mobility? How about the mobility aspects? They've been referenced to. You've been deeply involved in them over the years.
Basically, this project meets those mobility requirements that are in the overlay, which are buildings brought to the street front, having maximum setbacks of 20 feet, minimum of 10, having connections to the public sidewalks, which this building has.
And how about, I also saw reference to the Heart line. It says the Heart line number 30, services this project. I've got a feeling the Heart line number 30 probably services West Shore Mall. Is that correct?
No, the point in fact, the closest service from Heartline is to the corner of West Shore and Kennedy. It's approximately 4,300 linear feet from this particular site. This project was required to put in a bus stop as a part of its original approval if in fact Heartline decided they wanted a bus stop in the area because they were going to provide service. They in fact did not wish to have a bus stop there, which is the reason there is not a bus stop on this property at this particular point. I know we've had some discussions with the applicant about it, and if Hart approaches us regarding a bus stop because they were going to put transit in this area, I think it would be very favorably received. But there are no plans whatsoever for Hart to extend the bus route into this area. Even if they did, the likelihood of them coming all the way to the far western end of Bay Center Drive and Mariner is probably unlikely. So that addresses Hart as best I can at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Councilman Carlson?
Mr. Cohen or Mr. Mechanic, could you just let us know, remind us, I think we covered part of this at one of the prior meetings, but just remind us what the current density is allowed now and what those traffic patterns would be, that traffic volume compared to what you're proposing?
I could actually provide you that information. This is Randy Cohen, addressing the project.
Yeah, this is just like if we did nothing, it's already approved prior for what you'll say in a minute, and that was certain kind of traffic, and then this new approval, if it went through, would have what?
Speaking of phase 2, if it were an office building, we would have 233 trips associated with this building. Under this proposal in the morning, there would be 88 vehicle trips. In the afternoon, the approved number of trips that were mitigated for are 236 trips. The number of vehicle trips that would come from this apartment complex with the reduced amount of units to 292 would be 105 trips. That is why we have 135 trips less in the morning and 131 trips less in the afternoon than what's currently approved, which would be the large rectangular building with either office or multifamily or hotel.
And just if someone from the city could confirm that if we did nothing today, that would, the configuration you just said would be the reality if they wanted to build that, correct? The approval has already been given in the past.
Ryan Manassi with Development Coordination. Yes, Councilman Carlson. So it was there was an approval. Obviously, you guys know the rezoning 1884. As far as the traffic information, Melanie did just jump on, but I would probably confer or relay it over to her to answer that question about the traffic generation trips. but they are entitled for that existing zoning that is approved.
Melanie Calloway, Transportation Planning. Ryan's correct. They are already approved, and I agree with Randy on his trip analysis difference between those two uses.
And if I could get either of you, Mr. Cohen or Ms. Calloway, since the public doesn't have a chance to speak again, the numbers you just presented said that just looking at the raw numbers show that the neighborhood would be much worse off with the already approved office building than they would with this other proposal that you have. And there's probably a lot of skepticism, and we can't hear what they're saying right now, but they probably would think otherwise. And I mean, in either of your experience, how are the traffic patterns different for an office building versus residential, and how, what are the pros and cons to the neighborhood?
Randy Cohen, if you will. First and foremost, the reason we have less traffic is because instead of building 546 dwelling units, the proposal is to build 292. That's a 48% decrease in the number of units, about a 50% decrease in traffic. So those are the pertinent issues of what happens. There'll be less project traffic on the streets as a result of the approval of this particular request if you do so. From a traffic pattern standpoint, I've lived in Beach Park for the last 40 some years. I've actually spent 10, 12 years of my life working in office buildings in the Koger Office Park. The distribution of traffic is virtually the same for residential as it is for office. The only difference is, of course, is in the morning, residential traffic is leaving the residential unit where traffic is coming to the office. In the afternoon, of course, it's the reverse. So the patterns are the same. It's simply a matter of, is it coming in the morning or going out in the morning, the same in the afternoon.
Just one last question. Could staff just confirm, since the entitlement on the other alternative was done a long time ago, if they came back with a proposal that met the criteria they're already approved for, there's no way city council or the city could stop it. Is that correct?
Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. That is correct, sir. So if a PD doesn't go develop for 5 years, then it has to go through a substantial change review in order to be enacted. In this case, the last PD was approved in 2018. Therefore, they could develop under that previous approval, rezoning plan.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Mechanic, go ahead, sir, with your rebuttal.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, council members, I will try to be brief. I actually used up about 11 minutes, so I'll keep our rebuttal to 9 minutes since I asked for 20 minutes total. The first comment is that there's been reference to the coastal high hazard area. And of course, as council knows, all of these policies talk about not increasing population. And as we've said over and over again, we are not increasing population. We are decreasing population by about 48%. So again, all those comments are really misdirected given the fact that this proposed project will have less traffic, less population than what's currently approved on the property. So the citation to the coastal high hazard area is simply not relevant. The attorney mentioned that we haven't demonstrated compliance with the Florida Building Code or FEMA regulations. I don't know where she practices law, but we don't submit building plans as part of a zoning application. We are not obligated to demonstrate that our construction plans meet the Florida Building Code, but I can assure you the city of Tampa will require us to meet the Florida Building Code and the FEMA regulations. And this building will, because of the minimum flood elevation, be less flood prone than all of the single family homes in the Beach Park area. Let me talk about the school board, the school district, and Randy put up the memo. Apparently the attorney didn't read the file. We have a memorandum from the Hillsborough County School District, and I'll just quote the appropriate phrase. They did what they call a adequate facilities analysis, and their conclusion was capacity does exist in adjacent concurrency areas at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. We will, this is already part of our record of our application, but we'll be happy to resubmit it to the clerk in the morning. There was a lot of talk about incompatibility, and the comparison was made between our proposed building at 9 stories and a number of 4-story office buildings in the Foger Center. The attorney did not care to mention that we are adjacent to 2 8-story condo towers. And your staff, Mr. Manassi, offered a direct conclusion in his report that we were compatible regarding height with the neighborhood. That's your professional staff who made that determination. Finally, the suggestion that we are not, or that we are increasing automobile dependence is also fallacious in that we are reducing population, and we would be more than happy to encourage people to use transit if it were available anywhere near the property. And I would just like to conclude by referring to a comment made by one of your colleagues at our first hearing. What Mr. Dingfelder said was they could go out and build 546 units tomorrow. If it was me, I'd rather see 292 units than 546 units. And with that, I would respectfully ask council to consider the very simple facts that are presented in this case. This proposal is less traffic, less population, will have less impact on the neighborhood. And we respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments, I'll ask for a motion to close. Motion to close from Councilman Goose. Do we have a second? Second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. All right. We have an ordinance for first reading. What is the pleasure of council? Who would like to read this item? Councilman Vieira. Yes, sir.
I read an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5426 Bay Center Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD, plan development, office, business, professional, medical, hotel, residential, multifamily, to PD, plan development, office, business, professional, medical, hotel, residential, multifamily, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? Mr. Manassi. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to make clear, if you'd please include in your motion the revised revision sheet as well as the proposed addition that I mentioned at the beginning of this continued hearing.
Yes, sir. So included. Thank you. I forgot. Thank you.
Very good. We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call vote.
Citro?
No.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Good?
No.
Dingfelder?
No.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Maniscalco? No. Motion failed with Goods, Dingfelder, Maniscalco, and Citro voting no.
All right. We need a motion for denial. Mr. Sheldon?
I suspect, sorry I was called out of the room on it.
The motion failed for approval.
4 to 3. On a 4 to 3?
3 to 4.
On a 3 to 4. Well, council, what's council's pleasure then? And mind you, again, a reminder that your decision must be based on competent substantial evidence in the record. And certainly if council has certain particular findings of fact that it wishes to make relative to that, then it should include those as well. The maker of the motion can also get support from other council members if council members see so fit. So, council, what is your pleasure?
All right, do we have a motion to deny?
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
At this point, my concerns, I heard what Mr. Carlson said, and frankly, I said the same thing at the very first hearing. It's a matter of record in regard to the number of units and frankly, the number of residential trips. The number of units, I believe, has been reduced from the 2018 approval of 546 units to 292 units. And staff and the developer has indicated the same reduction in number of trips, at least morning and AM and PM peak trips.
Excuse me, I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
With no motion on the floor, this is
where I was headed with the motion.
Well, the question, okay, well, thank you. I think otherwise, if you're going to be discussing something that's going to require testimony or questions or answers, then the hearing should be reopened, but
No,
aside from that,
I was just sort of reiterating testimony, but my concern, as I stated earlier, was I believe they're asking for various waivers. They're asking for a waiver of the West Shore Overlay District standards. They're asking for a signage waiver that, frankly, I didn't hear any testimony justifying. They're asking for the loading berth waiver and several other waivers that I saw. I don't believe that there's been adequate testimony justifying those waivers on the one hand. I also think that the staff report was inaccurate as related to the HART bus, because the HART bus number 30 is almost a mile away at the intersection. So I think there's problems with this application. I would give the petitioner the opportunity to continue this, to address those waivers, if they want to eliminate the waivers and that sort of thing, and it just comes down to a reduction in number of units, then this councilman might be more amenable
All right, we have
to approving.
Councilmember Miranda has his hand up, and Ms.
So-
Wells has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Anyways, my motion is to allow them, give them 60 days, 90 days, whatever they desire, to come back with a revised plan that doesn't have the waivers that I mentioned.
Counsel, if I can, and with all due respect, Ms. Wells is looking to be recognized.
I see everybody's hands, yes.
I understand, but I ask that you listen to the attorney first, please.
All right, Ms. Wells and Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. With respect to the waivers that were discussed, I would advise council that the previously approved waivers that are identified on page 1 of your staff report, items 1 through 4, those were previously approved and are not really before you for consideration.
They were previously approved as related to a different.
Review would be with regard to waivers number 5 and 6.
Okay, I respectfully differ. Those waivers were previously approved as related to a completely different project. This project is a new PD. If it wasn't a new PD, it wouldn't be in front of us. So I respectfully disagree. I think that they're asking for those waivers, that we have a right to evaluate those waivers. I don't believe that there's been competent substantial evidence to justify those waivers. And therefore, thus my suggestion of a 60 to 90-day continuance to give them the ability to revise this new site plan to address those waivers. So that's my motion.
Councilman Miranda.
I can only speak for myself, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I can't in any way, in this decision, whether it's this public hearing today on this item number 39 on the agenda, or any other item that comes before me in the past, today, or in the future, once the vote is taken for either yay or nay, to reopen, not even to reopen, but to ask either one way, yay, for the others to vote no, and for the ones that voted yes to vote no, or whatever.
Okay.
It is history. It is in the record books. The game is over. Once you open this thing up, you're going to open up a can of worms, and your legal ability to defend are going to be almost nil. And I'm not an attorney, and I'm not a judge. But in these cases, once the vote is taken, you can, in my opinion, you cannot pander the vote and say, if you come back with something else, I'm going to vote for you. Whether it's me, and I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about any other 6 council member. I have no right to go on and say that I voted yay or nay based on something. I voted my conviction on what I saw here on the record, what I saw here on the school district saying that there's capacity from what I understood on the items that I saw that were regarding the disposition of a yay or a nay vote, not on based on any other facts other than the ones that I've heard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dingfelder has a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Motion then?
Motion was to continue it for 60 or 90 days. I'll leave that up to the petitioner to address the waivers that I mentioned.
Do we have a second to the motion?
If I may.
Yes?
Are we going to hear from the petitioner on?
That was my point before council.
Before we vote?
There's going to be a second to the motion.
There's got to be a second. Is there
There's a second for
I'll
discussion.
I'll second it for discussion. Yeah.
All right, motion from Dingfelder, second from Councilman Vieira. Mr. Mechanic, if you heard Councilman Dingfelder in his motion to continue this item for 60, 90 days, I have the calendar in front of me.
And may I stop for just a minute in case Mr. Mechanic wants to offer any facts? Maybe we should reopen the public
Let's have a motion to
hearing.
reopen the public hearing. Motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro, all in favor? Aye. All right, public hearing is open, Mr. Mechanic.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Dingfelder, we addressed the waivers at the first hearing. I didn't want to go through them all again because we had addressed those. But if we could be permitted, I would ask Mr. Cohen to address both the previously approved waivers and the proposed new ones. And I would say, for the record, I agree with Ms. Wells, the previously approved waivers, if you will, run with the land. But I will ask Randy to address all of them if that's the pleasure of council.
Again, from a legal perspective, I would just say that they run with the land if you stick with the same PD. You have voluntarily come here, and I'm just putting this on the record, you have voluntarily come here with a new PD. And when you do that, you're asking for those waivers to carry over. I appreciate that, but I don't believe that they automatically carry over.
And if I can also, Mr. Chairman, the hearing, frankly, was reopened with the purpose of addressing the motion that was on the floor. So ultimately, it'll be, the question is going to be posed to the applicant, the applicant's representative. I don't know whether he wants to begin there or end there, but, and I don't know how long this explanation is going to take. Maybe council wishes to get a sense of how long this discussion is going to go on to be able to address the issue of the continuance, which is the purpose of opening the hearing.
Do you want to have this continued for 60 or 90 days?
Mr. Chairman, we would, if that's our only option, we would take a 60-day continuance.
Okay, a 60-day, no, ma'am.
Hey,
no.
hello, I want to say something.
No.
You're not allowed to, I'm sorry.
The hearing, the testimony's over. All right, it's April 1st, June 17th would be, or June 3rd would be 60 days out. Mr. Mechanic.
Yes, sir. We would accept that if it's permissible.
Mr. Miranda, Councilman Miranda.
All right, so that means I have the right to change my vote also, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Manasseh was looking to be recognized.
Mr. Manasseh, yes, sir.
Sorry, I just want to clarify then specifically the applicant is requesting, I know you're motioning for a continuance to June 3rd, but what exactly are they doing through this continuance, just specifically for the waivers, I guess they're addressing? I just want to make sure my notes are clear.
And also, Mr. Chairman, just remain mindful that what happened today after having a full hearing on February 11th, coming back for a third time for a first reading, you may be faced with an additional hearing on top of what you've already heard in terms of testimony. And the question is whether it would be new testimony and relevant testimony, and whether the council then would have to be required to sit and take all that testimony.
Councilman Carlson.
I think a week ago we were talking about why meetings go so long, and I think one of the main reasons is that we continue a lot of them, and I would rather just vote up or down on something,
right.
and then the community will learn, the attorneys or others will learn, how we make decisions, and they'll bring the right information at the right times.
So the motion would be continue this to June 3rd under 10:30 a.m. public hearings at first reading. We have a motion from Councilman Dink. Yes, sir?
I just want to be clear. Now, is it, Mr. Mechanic, was it your request for a continuance, or you had no objection to continuance? I just want to be clear on what it is that your position is.
We do not object to the continuance.
Okay, thank you. Motion to close, please.
Motion to close the public hearing. Motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Aye. We have a motion to continue this item to June 3rd, 10:30 a.m. public hearings from Councilmember Dingfelder. And we had the second for discussion, or second from Vieira, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is for the continuance. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
No.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
No.
Motion failed with Maniscalco, Carlson, and Citro, and Miranda voting no.
All right. Do we have a motion for denial?
Already been denied.
I'm sorry?
Isn't this been denied already?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
No, we need
No,
a
the
motion for denial.
any action of just for the public.
That's right. I stand corrected.
Yes,
Okay, well, if I could just, thank you, Mr. Miranda, but just for the purposes of the public, because sometimes people assume that that it automatically happens. Under the charter, any official action of city council requires an affirmative vote to approve or deny of 4 votes. So, a motion is in order.
Mr. Chair, I move to deny REZ 20-103 for the property located at 5426 Bay Center Drive due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan city code applications, further to meet its burden of proof with respect. Because if the waivers requested failure to comply with section 27-139-4, the applicant did not provide evidence the proposed design is unique in order to justify the waivers. In failure to comply with the land development code, section 27-136, purpose of site plan district, the proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate for the location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
We have a motion from Councilmember Citro. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
No.
Good,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
No.
Carlson,
This is
The motion to deny.
no.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion failed with Vieira, Dingfelder, Carlson, and Miranda voting no.
If I may, Mr. Chair? What now? I know, and I just, thank you, what now, my love? I think the proper thing probably to do is, and I don't want to speak for Councilman Dingfelder, I saw him do a motion to continue, which was denied, and then he flipped his vote. I think and again, I will let our friend speak for himself, but maybe I'm reading that we should continue this. I'll let John speak, but I'm just saying.
Well, you read my mind. I think that we have some issues. There are some issues with this project. The developer had no objection to the continuance for 60 days, and I think that's the direction we should go. So, Mr. Vieira, if you want to move that, I'll be glad to second.
And if it's anybody's intention to do that, could you please make a motion to reopen the public hearing?
So move, if I may.
Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. The public hearing is reopened.
And if I may, I will make again Councilman Dingfelder's motion to continue pursuant to the term specified, which I believe were 60 days, if memory serves me right.
And if we could do it to a date and time certain, Mr. Chairman.
That's June 3rd at 10:30 a.m., which sets it at the public hearing for
First
reading.
Continued public hearing for first reading consideration.
Yes. We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
No.
Vieira?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
No.
And Maniscalco?
No.
Motion carried with Carlson, Miranda, and Maniscalco voting no.
We're going to hear this case a third time. Thank you very much. All right, that settles the agenda. Now we go to staff reports and unfinished business. We're at number 40 for administration update. Do we have anybody for that or anything at the administration update or COVID update, anything like that? I don't know if the chief of staff was on. I don't think that there was anything specific.
I did ask the chief of staff to do a COVID update, and he is aware of it.
All right, we'll go to item number 41 and we'll come back to it. Item number 41 is an $11 million item regarding COVID-19 emergency-related assistance funds received by the city to be used by the county to provide emergency rental assistance to eligible households located within the city of Tampa.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get permission to share my screen, please?
Yes. Yes, we can see it. Go ahead.
Okay. Perfect. Good afternoon, Council. Kayon Henderson, the Interim Manager for Housing and Community Development Division. We're coming here today to discuss the Department of Treasury funds that we got. I completed that application back in December of 2020 to apply for some funds that could help our residents with rental assistance. This was approved, the acceptance of the funding was approved by Council on January 14th, and then we received the actual funds on the 25th. The city is receiving a little bit over $12 million, and Hillsborough County is getting roughly $32 million. And so we've discussed just how we can serve the residents through a joint effort and a centralized location. I will say that the county has also extended their gratitude to you to approve us working together where we're able to focus more on eligibility of the clients and not just a geographical area. This also reduces some of that barriers that some of the clients were facing as we did previous assistance. So what we're doing with the funds is this is strictly for those who are unable to pay their rent. It's only for rental assistance, not mortgage at this time. The funds can help those who are experiencing any financial hardship that might have been because of COVID or any additional consequences that they suffered as we went through the pandemic. We're doing $7,500 for past due rent and $750 for past due lights with TECO. At the time that this PowerPoint was approved, the funds had to be expended by December 31st of this year. However, as recent as yesterday, we did get some update and Department of Treasury is extending the deadline, and so now we will have until September 30th, 2022 to expend all the funds. So as I stated a little bit earlier, the city received a little bit over 12 million. Hillsborough County got about 32 million. And so through that agreement that the city has with the county, we're going to distribute in one centralized location. One of the things that was really important for us to do here at the city is retain $1 million so that we can continue to provide assistance to City of Tampa residents who also have other past due utilities. Some of them will still come through us for TECO, but more importantly, the City of Tampa water, wastewater, and trash, so that we can make ourselves whole and help those who are unable to pay their water bill, as the county will not be focusing on that portion. So collectively, we'll be putting out over $40 million in assistance to residents and landlords to the rental community. The focus, we've opened this application already. We've been getting about 1,000 applications per week for those who are interested. We have had to give priority to those who are at 50% of the area median income or below. And so they've gotten the priority. We opened it to them 2 weeks prior to everybody else being able to get the assistance. It is capped at 80% or below. One of the difference with the program this time around and the funds from Department of Treasury is that in the previous programs that we had, it was strictly the tenant that was applying for it. This time we are able to open it up to do landlord applications also, where the landlord and the tenant can work together to get the funds. And so we can make sure that the landlords are being made whole if they have any past due rents. We are working with Ernst & Young, who has about 80 individuals manning a call center. On any given day, calls are going up to 300 calls per day. As I said, we're getting about 1,000 applications in per week, and our goal is to get 1,000 in and get 1,000 out. So as quickly as they come in, they are being approved. I put the information where you can access the program, as well as contact any of the representatives at the call center. And they're open Monday through Friday, taking those calls from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We started the effort back in March, mid-March, where we opened up with the landlords first, explaining what the program really was. We did a few landlord workshops. Again, because the previous programs, when we did them, the landlords didn't necessarily know about the program, and we wanted to avoid tenants maybe getting checks and not paying those landlords, and ultimately then us having a huge foreclosure problem. And so the landlords are working with us. So today, we have about 170 applications that were actually reviewed and processed out of the 1,000, and that's really because some people are missing some documents and just giving them additional time to come back and bring what's missing. We had over 500 landlords to register. The properties that we've gotten logged, we have over 1,000, and that really kind of goes to about 42,000, close to 43,000 units specifically. You can see the call center. We've really gotten a bunch of calls on this. We've just given a little composition of the landlord to tenant calls. So we are getting more tenants call in to landlords. We are when the landlords register and the tenants register, it does alert us to know that it's the same address that's gone in, to avoid duplication of efforts and duplication of benefits, so that we can make sure that the dollars are being spent correctly and being stretched as much as they can. We will receive weekly program reports. We're going to be getting reports every Tuesday and every Thursday from the county, as well as I have access to go in and look at the dashboard so that we can see how many city residents are being served on a weekly basis. Any questions?
Any questions? Comments by City Council? Hearing. Go ahead, sir.
Just one quick one. I know it sounds like you've been doing a great job communicating to people who can apply for it. If you all, through communication department or some other mechanism, please communicate to the activist groups who are interested in this, so that they know that we're doing this as well. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I echo those sentiments. Thank you very much. May I have a motion to move this resolution?
Move the resolution.
Motion from Councilman Citro, second from? Councilman Vieira, roll call vote because of the number.
Goose,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back.
I laid down last night, too tired to wait. I had a chill this morning, too tired to shake. I got a good poker hand, too tired to win. I can hear my baby knocking, too tired to let her in. I'm tired. Yeah, 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 I'm tired. Too tired. Too tired for anything. Too tired to walk, too tired to run. I can hear my baby calling, too tired, too tired, too tired. Yes, I'm tired. I'm tired. Too tired for anything. Prosperity, tired of luck, sitting on the pen, I'm too tired to get up, I'm tired, I declare, I'm tired, too tired, too tired for anything, I'm tired, baby. tight. Well, you got to hold me, baby. Mama, please squeeze me tight. You got to make me love you every day and every night. Come on to your daddy and explain yourself to me, because I ain't you man and wife trying to start a family. I'm begging you, baby, cut out that off-the-wall jive. If you can't treat me no better, it got to be your funeral and my trial. When I and you first got together, it was on one Friday night. We spent 2 lovely hours together, and the world knew it was all right. I'm just begging you, baby, please cut out that off-the-wall jive. You know you got to treat me better. If you don't, it's got to be your funeral and my trial. All right. The Lord made the world and everything was in it. The way my baby love is a solid sinner. She can love to heal the sick, and she can love to raise the dead. You might think I'm joking, but you better believe what I say. I'm begging you, baby, cut out that off-the-wall jive. You got to treat me better. Got to be your funeral, my trial. I'm ready. I'm ready as anybody can be. I'm ready. I'm ready as anybody can be. I am ready for you. I hope you ready for me. I got an accidental pistol made on a graveyard frame. I'm shooting tombstone bullets and wearing the balls and chain. I'm drinking TNT. I'm smoking dynamite. I hope some screwballs start a fight, because I'm ready. I'm ready as anybody can be. I'm ready for you. I hope you're ready for me. All you pretty little chicks with your curly hair, I know you feel like I ain't nowhere. But stop what you're doing, baby, and come over here. I prove to you, baby, that I ain't no square, because I'm ready. I'm ready as anybody can be. I am ready for you. I hope you're ready for me. I've been drinking gin like never before.
I feel so good that I want you to know. And one more drink and I just wish you would. You take a whole lot of love and to make me feel good. 'Cause I'm ready as anybody can be. I'm ready for you. I hope you're ready for me. Yes, I ain't worried about my baby, or she be home tomorrow night. Yes, I ain't worried about my baby, or she be home tomorrow night. She called me this morning, told hound dog, everything's alright. Yeah, she called me this morning, well, she called me on the phone. This morning, baby. What she called me on the phone. She said, baby, don't you worry. Ain't nothing going on wrong. Well, I felt so good. Almost broke down.
I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Vieira.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Item number 42 is $4 million. We have a memo from Brad Baird. But we mentioned earlier in the meeting that we did not need him here, I believe. So if there's no other questions, can I get a motion to move this resolution?
So moved.
Motion from Councilman Citro, second from? Vieira with the second. Roll call vote.
Question on the motion.
Yes, sir?
Just wanted to, again, give a shout out to Mr. Baird and his team, and Mr. Bennett in regard to the BBE percentages, which I believe are also very high on this project.
Very good.
Thank you.
That means the administration is listening. We have a motion from Councilman Citro. Who was the second?
Vieira.
Vieira with the second. Roll call vote.
Goods. Yes. Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
We have item number 43, Tampa Fire Rescue. And we have a memo from Chief Tripp. If Chief Tripp is downstairs on the second floor or virtually, Chief Tripp, there she is. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chief, Interim Fire Chief Barbara Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue. Did anyone have questions concerning the memo?
Are there any questions? Councilmember Vieira, yes, sir.
I was going to just make a few comments on it. May I, Mr. Chair?
Of course, yes, sir.
I appreciate it. First, Chief Tripp, you and I are always in communication, but I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work and for your professionalism, and thank you to the Castro administration for being such a stellar partner on public safety. I really appreciate it. Yesterday, and you know this because I communicated with you on this, I went out with Joe Greco to Fire Station 13 because we saw the statistics that you showed us, which are wonderful. It appears that there's about a 15% improvement, which is really good for such a short time.
Yes.
I mean, that's a big engine, right? So,
Yes.
so it's got to make an impact. But I spoke, Joe and I spoke to the men and women over at Station 13 to make sure that those statistics were resulting in actual improvements for them in terms of feeling, and they said yes. So in other words, they're, still in the bottom pit of hell, but they got an air condition there, which is good. But more help is on the way. I know that's your message and whatnot, and I know that's what's really important. Like I told you, this is a single, and that's good. We got on first base, but we need to have a home run for North Tampa. We need to have a home run for Station 13. As you know, it's the busiest station in the city of Tampa, one of the busiest in the United States of America. It's one of 23 stations, but that region takes up about 1 in 7 calls. As you know, it has about 10,000 calls a year, 25% more than the second busiest station. And you have to, if somebody were to ask me, what's a home run in this situation? When it comes to Tampa Fire and public safety, it's really looking at the concept that I'd proposed a year and a half ago of what I call a public safety master plan, which you have done a great job in responding to and articulating the deficits that we have with Tampa Fire. Chief Dugan has done a marvelous job as well, obviously, with Tampa Police Department in that regard. But my overall sentiment with a public safety master plan is to make sure that we are proactive and not reactive. I remember a year ago when Councilman Goods, who's such a fighter for his area in East Tampa, comes up and says, hey, listen, we got a problem. I think it was 18, if memory serves me right, and got another vehicle there. We got another one for 13, and a year later, another one for 13. I want to have a vision or a grand plan, if you will, where we know where all of our deficits are. So for me, a home run, if you will, and by the way, we all agree nothing short of a home run is what's necessary here, would be a new station for North Tampa.
Yes, sir.
And I know we're on our way to getting that. A station for Channelside, relief for New Tampa, 33647. I know, like I always tell folks, 4 out of the 6 stations in the city of Tampa with the longest response times are at 33647. We continue to keep our eye in East Tampa that I know continues to need relief. And we hear a lot about our friends in West Tampa. We're having a lot of workforce development there, et cetera. And the question is going to come, what are we going to do to respond to those needs? So I think it's important that we highlight these challenges through our public safety master plan. You've done a great job in doing that. I salute you. I salute the Castro administration again. One thing I wanted to talk about is, we're getting these funds through the American Relief Plan, right? I think it is $81 million. And when we're done with this, Mr. Chair, if I may, I wanted to make a motion, because I wanted it to be connected to this discussion on an inquiry on those funds and whether or not they can in part be spent on public safety. I know that there's restrictions on what they can be spent on, et cetera, but whether or not they can help us reduce our public safety deficits that we have, because some of these issues, when you take a look at the lack of equity in public safety, especially in North Tampa University area, a place where child poverty is more than double what the city of Tampa child poverty rate is, well more than double. It's outrageous. But again, I just wanted to salute you because those stats didn't get moved by themselves. Right. They got moved through your hard work and dedication. And the plan that you've spoken to me about and that you've presented before council is a workable plan. I support it, and we got to build the bridge to get there in all of our city. So I just wanted to thank you, ma'am, and just encourage you, yes. Continue to encourage you in that regard. Thank you, ma'am.
And Councilmember Vieira, did you want to make that motion now, or do you want to wait after the discussion? Councilmember Goods.
Well, it all started with a little station on 34th Street, Station 10. I think that's the second oldest building in the city, fire station in the city. Needs a lot of work. We're able to get some extra help for our citizens in East Tampa with the extra car that was desperately needed after we looked at the numbers at 16. But Chief, I want you to think about something. I've received several emails from people who are in the fire industry, and they talk about, I guess, the word bays that are used for fire stations, and the number of bays that could cover an area with folks that are housed at a station. And I did a little research of it, and I'll be glad to meet with you on it, where I looked at some other cities that they have maybe 8 to 10 bays, and those bays are covering different areas. You look at station number 1, and the person said that station number 1 needs to have more, maybe 10 to 12 bays down there to be able to cover areas. And that might be another idea with the master plan that's going on, to look at that for areas that have a massive number of troops, squads stationed there, to where you can cover those different areas. So if somebody's going out, you got somebody else going out, you have enough coverage for the areas. So I thought it was very interesting. Also looked at some other areas as well. I'm sure hopefully the person that are working on the master plan will look at maybe smaller engines as well to help out. So I think there are a lot of different ideas out there, but also just listening to some of the comments that when I put on some of the social media pages talked about our developers and impact fees, paying for fire stations, and the lack of, can't want to put the blame on anybody, just that we just didn't do what we needed to do, especially with developments going on, to possibly put those bays or possibly smaller engine in those new developments that are going on in different areas. So I think with the leadership that you're carrying on now, it especially exemplified the work you've been doing, because I hear all the firefighters are saying the things are changing in the fire department with a lot of different areas. So I want to commend you for your work and your efforts, and just again a couple of ideas that was thrown at me, and continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Citro?
Thank you very much. Chief, some things that have been kicked around between myself and a few other people. The more emphasis right now on vehicles and staff. There are places such as the what used to be an old mall on the corner of Fowler and Nebraska. Getting some sort of lease option there, having a vehicle, whether it be a truck and or a ambulance, and having a small type building to house the staff with fencing going around to secure until we can raise the funds for the actual brick and mortar. That way we already have the vehicles, we have the staffing, the manpower or female power, and then we can plan out in the future on how to build the actual brick and mortar. So that is also another idea. Ms. Tripp, I thank you for everything you have done so far, and hopefully it's going to be the Chief Tripp. No more interim. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that, to saying chief. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
if there's no other discussion, Councilman Vieira, would you like to make your motion, sir?
Yes, sir. I thank you very much. And again, I wanted to again salute you. I've been going to Fire Station 13 for a while, since I was elected, and there's always a lack of hope there. You just sense it. But there's hope now. When you talk to the men and women there, there's hope. Somebody's listening to them. It's not just me, it's all of us. It's you, it's the mayor. Everybody's listening to them, and they feel like things are changing. We can't let them down. If we don't get a new fire station this year, I'm going to have a hunger strike. I can stand to lose weight, trust me, especially after COVID, but I'm going to do it. So, but I did want to make a motion. But again, thank you, ma'am, for your leadership. You know I'm a big fan of yours, and I'll say that. And also thank Chief Dugan as well for his support of this and his working with this and putting forth TPD's plan, because I think that's so pivotal. But I want a motion, and we may. I'm motioning for this on April 15th. We may need to push it back, but I'm just doing it just to get a date. For staff to report on whether or not funding from the American Rescue Plan Act can be utilized to fund, in part, public safety improvements as presently specified. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 is a $1.9 trillion economic stimulus passed by the 117th Congress and signed into law by President Joe Biden on March 11th of 2021. There's a number of provisions that are geared towards public health, and I think that's a good fit for consideration. We're looking at funding mechanisms for emergencies. This is stuff that we're running behind on. And again, my message in the Public Safety Master Plan is to never let something like this ever happen again, because we can't let that happen again. So for consideration of that, I believe the city of Tampa is going to be getting about $81 million prospectively from that. So I would like that. The administration needs more time for that. I'm more than happy to push it back a week, a month, whatever it is, because I know that they're still waiting to learn on what, if any, restrictions there are prospectively. So I'll make that motion again tentatively, and we can move it if need be.
We have a motion from Councilmember
Is this is for the April 15th, are you saying?
If
Yes,
I
sir.
may, if I may.
And if it needs to be continued from then, we'll figure it out. But April 15th under staff reports.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Vieira with motion. Councilmember Citro
Yes.
with the second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Thank you very much, Chief Tripp. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, the best part of the agenda, item number 46. And we have a memo from,
Good afternoon, council members. Am I coming across?
is this, who is this, Carol Post? All
Carol
right, now we
Post,
see
yes,
you.
can you hear
Okay.
me?
Okay, it's like a seance. We hear you. We don't see you, but now we see you. Go ahead.
We should have video there as well.
Yes,
We're not
yes,
using a
it just came
PowerPoint presentation today, so you can see we have a room full of folks. I'm Carol Post, the Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity, and we're reporting here on item 46. I want to just provide a few moments of background, sort of catch us up from the journey that we've been on collectively with this matter, and then discuss the proposals that are in front of council at the moment. So as you know and can recall, the item in front of you actually represents the culmination of a motion that was originated by City Council on December 4th of 2020 and was subsequently modified on February 3rd and then again on February 11th. City staff had prepared a resolution in response to those evolving motions and submitted it with supporting documentation and a presentation for consideration on March 18th. As you know, at the March 18th meeting, the matter was continued by council to today's meeting. During that continuance period, Mayor Castor actually convened a listening session. You heard some of the comments this morning that referred to it. We convened that session with the community and the neighborhood groups. We also invited developers and builders, representative attorneys. We also had representatives from the Planning Commission present. Members of the council were also invited. And we had city staff present there from the Planning Department, the Development and Growth Management Department. We also had representatives from Transportation and Mobility, and our city emergency response team was there relative to some of the evacuation concerns that have been raised. We were very intentionally trying to cast a very large tent, if you will, to provide everyone a voice at the same time, at the same table, and to enable a little bit deeper understanding and conversation amongst the parties. As you heard, that meeting was held on Friday, March 26th. It was a very robust and I think a productive discussion. Literally everyone in the room had an opportunity to express their perspective. Certainly the residents, the neighborhood organizations, but also the developers, the land use attorneys that were present, city staff, Mayor Castor was there, Chief of Staff Bennett was there, City Attorney Grimes was there, and everyone had an opportunity to speak. And while it's hard to get that many different voices to agree to any one thing, we were surprised that to hear there was agreement around a fundamental notion, which was that no one really wanted a moratorium per se. The community leaders present specifically were stating that they did not want to stop growth per se, but they wanted smart growth. In fact, they said they don't even want necessarily to stop change. They recognize that that is the nature of a community such as ours, but they want smart change. And I think everyone in the room agreed with that. most importantly was they wanted action. I think the discussion around how there's been many studies done over time, there are more studies planned, but the group really expressed a desire to start to get things done, and we certainly echo that. As we listened, I think it became clear that the moratorium was a temporary stopgap, or could have been a temporary stopgap, and that it wasn't really clear what action we would get at the end of that. And this was echoed by the developers and the land use attorneys that were present there. And given all that, at the conclusion of the discussion, we presented an alternate approach that would result in a more permanent action and sort of take us in a direction that we thought everyone around the table believed was reasonable. The alternate approach would be simply to go ahead and initiate a change to the comprehensive plan that would directly impact density maximums in 3 land use categories across the city for single-use developments only. And we'll talk more about the detail of that. In fact, in a moment, I'll actually ask Abby Feely to talk about that and give some examples so we can really just understand and appreciate how the FAR has been used in single-use developments across the city, not just south of Gandy. But first, I just want to recall again sort of the context of how we've gotten here. If you recall, leading us to that March 18th resolution, it had 2 essential components. One was to address the use of the FAR, and the other was addressing the mixed use requirements. We believe both of these aspects of city planning warrant an assessment. As our city has evolved and grown, and we presented, in fact, these and a number of other proposals back in October at the Growth Management Workshop. And again, in December, there was a work plan presented for consideration. But initiating a comp plan amendment to address FAR could be a first step in that process. And if you recall, it's the use of the FAR in single-use developments, which has resulted in some projects, not all, but some projects building more than the maximum number of units otherwise contemplated in the comp plan. And I want to be clear that in defense of the development community for a moment, those that used that option were doing what the comp plan provided for. At this time, though, and as illustrated in our October workshop, the city has grown, it's evolved tremendously, and we believe that the need for that FAR option in certain areas and in certain circumstances may no longer exist. The second part of that March 18th resolution addressed the fact that there is currently no minimum standard for non-residential use in a mixed-use development. And while that issue hasn't been as problematic as we think the FAR has become, it's still an area that we want to address in a holistic and a more strategic way. So in both cases, rather than just pushing a pause button for 9 months and continuing to study and to evaluate, we proposed taking action and doing it in a step-by-step manner. The first step would be to initiate this comp plan amendment that would eliminate the FAR option, again, for single-use developments in 3 specified land use categories. At all times, FAR would remain available for mixed-use projects. I want to strongly emphasize that. FAR would remain available in its current stance for mixed-use projects. And it would remain available for all land use designations other than the 3 identified in the proposal. In addition, during the amendment process, we would be fine-tuning and likely discussing the refinements, many of which were suggested this morning by various speakers, to ensure that we continue to encourage density where we know we do want it, where we likely need it, where it makes sense, or where it supports other strategic purposes that we're seeking, such as housing affordability. So we do see a value in the FAR element. We just feel like it needs to get managed at this point moving forward. And it's the comp plan amendment process that's the best method to do that. It enables wide-reaching inputs, feedback, and adjustments along the way before it ultimately comes back to you for final presentation. So I want to emphasize that the proposal today would have no effect on the use of FAR in other land use categories where it's applicable, or to the mixed use development proposals that could come forward moving forward. Moreover, we're not seeking any action by the council today regarding that mixed use minimum use, because we really don't know yet what we think the best approach to that could be, and we don't want to make a hasty decision that could have unintended consequences. Currently, the City Council has discretion regarding the allocation of mixes in a mixed use project. It would be our plan to work toward proposing a standard that can offer greater predictability to all stakeholders. But again, that would be a more thorough process with a host of inputs and feedback so that we come up with the right plan that meets as many needs as possible. So today's approach focuses just on the first step that lies ahead, and that would be to commence comp plan amendment for FAR and provide that open and transparent process to move forward. That will also align with a host of other city planning efforts that have been underway. We've talked about some of these before. We know we want to explore amending the density bonus provision that has not necessarily served our purposes as well as expected, and an overall comp plan update in concert with our mobility team's MOVES project, which has already started. We have a sea level rise grant funded study that's about to initiate, and there's a host of other initiatives, frankly, many of which have been somewhat stalled as we've dealt with this matter for the past few months. So we're eager to get back to that full, robust program. So with that background, I want to turn to Abby for a moment and let her provide some detail about the specific language of what we're presenting today, sort of what it is and what it is not. And thereafter, I would ask either Kate or Sheena, whomever wants to sort of walk us through the suggested process to move forward today. And with that, I want to bring to your attention that there is a modified resolution, literally hot off the press, that's been presented for you for consideration. The revised resolution simply separates the two components that had been previously submitted on March 18th and extends the resolution that had been submitted earlier this week as a walk-on. And it does so as the following. What we're now proposing, literally that was presented following our lunch break, was that we push forward today with the comp plan amendment. Nothing has changed about our commitment out of the Friday listening session to push forward with the comp plan amendment to modify use of the FAR in those three designated single-use development projects. The change this afternoon would entail us pushing out the pending ordinance doctrine aspect of the resolution for 60 days, and that would ensure that anyone that would be impacted by it would have sufficient notice. And the rationale there is that the resolution that came out of the original resolution that had previously been published was focused on the south of Gandy geographic area. The new resolution that came out of the listening session impacts a citywide footprint. And because of that, it has not had sufficient notice citywide. And that 60-day period reduces some of the vulnerability and potential challenges that could be faced, as well as simply does the right thing to ensure that any stakeholder has notice of what we're proceeding with today. So I'll pause on that thought. I'd like to ask Abby Feely to just elaborate a little bit on the workings of the FAR, how it's been used, just to emphasize the point there, and then we'll talk through some of the procedural steps. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol. Good afternoon, Council. Abby Feely, Director of Development and Growth Management. As we've continued our dialogue and our research on this matter, and looking at the FAR that has been utilized in the Community Mixed Use 35, the UMU 60, and the CC 35. I actually spent last evening pulling all of the residential multifamily, both mixed use and single use plan developments that came before you for the last 5 years to really take a dive, not a deep dive, but take an initial dive to understand what were these projects, what was resulting. And in some cases on the single use FAR, you were resulting in double the density of what would be allowed, in some cases triple the density of what would be allowed. And even beyond that, there was one PD that is in a CMU 35 that used FAR that resulted in 137 dwelling units to the acre, which is beyond even a regional mixed use allowance. So when we looked at this, and it's not only that these projects were occurring south of Gandy, these projects are occurring throughout the city, which is not the intention of utilizing the FAR in the way that it has been used. So the proposal is to limit the utilization of FAR for single-use multifamily residential. So we know that as apartment complexes, and that is what this would be doing. So you would still have an opportunity to use FAR in any of those districts or any of our mixed-use districts to achieve a mixed-use project, and that is not necessarily a vertically integrated mixed-use building. That is a mixed-use project. So it could be a multiple buildings that create one project, and that would meet that intent of providing mixed use in these categories. I just wanted to touch on that and also reiterate that that would remain in effect. FAR would also remain in effect for non-residential projects, which it was intended for. The RMU 100 was not included in this today, as the RMU 100 really occurs as a regional type of land use. It is an attractor type of land use. It is in our more dense areas. There's RMU 100 in the Channel District. In the Central Business District, there's Central Business District land use. So this would not impact the Central Business District or the immediate periphery or the CBD periphery that is in effect. So all of those tools would remain to assist in directing growth to those areas that we anticipate growth. This would just allow us the opportunity to correct some unintentional consequences of what we are seeing happening, and to do that in a meaningful and intentional manner throughout the city.
Gina, would you like to walk through then the procedural steps to achieve our purpose today?
Yeah, I'll kind of close with what Ms. Post mentioned earlier, which is the proposal that's hot off the press, which I'll just go over quickly. Again, we're making this third, if you will, alternative to address the concerns that you heard earlier during public comment regarding the insufficiency of the notice in the respect that this is now a proposal that's citywide application, where earlier it was just the south of Gandy application. So a lot of concerns were expressed saying they had insufficient notice given that this is now a citywide proposal. And I know both the administration and the council want to be equitable. They want to balance the interests of all the parties. I know often you all want us to, meet with both sides and come back and have a solution that everyone agrees to. We've really tried our best to do that, but that's just not always possible. But hopefully this last proposal will get you as close to that as you can get. And as Carol mentioned, it essentially divides the current proposal process into two steps. The first step relates to the resolution that you have in front of you today. We've revised that slightly. Andrea Zellman has a copy of it. What we'd ask that you do is move forward today with that revised resolution, stating council's intent to adopt the proposed comp plan amendment and direct the staff to file that comp plan amendment with the Planning Commission. And then the other change made to the resolution was deleting section 2 of that resolution, which is the source of the complaints that you heard this morning from the land use FAR. And that section prohibits the acceptance of rezoning applications that utilize the FAR calculation for single use, not mixed use, but single use multifamily projects in the 3 comp plan categories. So those are the 2 changes that we made to the resolution. And the second step in the process would be related to the pending ordinance doctrine. And what we would ask you also to do is to direct the legal department to come back on April 15th with the documentation necessary to implement the pending ordinance doctrine starting June 1 of 2021. And that would give anyone who is currently mid-process in preparing a rezoning application and perhaps has hired architects and engineers and attorneys to prepare that application, because it does take months to prepare an application. You don't just put one together overnight. Believe me, I've tried, and it doesn't work. It takes a lot of effort and coordination of a lot of different individuals to assemble a rezoning application. So there's not going to be this sudden flood of rezoning applications during this next 60 days between now and June 1. But it would allow those that have invested money already in preparing their application to complete it. But come June 1, we would close that door. And then during the pendency of the comp plan amendment process, which as you all know, can take anywhere from 4 to 6 months or even longer, no one else would be able to submit applications utilizing the FAR for the single-use multifamily projects. So we think that's about as close as a fair balance as we could get between the 2 sides. It gives the South of Gandy residents and anyone else the assurance we're moving forward with the plan amendment to eliminate use of the FAR calculation in the single-use projects, multifamily projects. And then it also gives the development community ample time to prepare for this pending ordinance doctrine to come into effect. It wouldn't happen immediately. And to that end too, I just do want to mention that I know a lot of the developers mentioned, their attorneys mentioned about people relying upon the existing zoning and the existing comp plan. And while that may be the case, as we all know, you have a lot of entitlements in your bundle of sticks that relates to your property, but you're not entitled to have the law stay as it is when you first purchased your property. So you can't always be assured that you're going to have the same zoning or the same comp plan category or the same requirements or regulations in the zoning code or in the comp plan. So this is an area that council is free to regulate and free to change. And we don't believe that a estoppel would be a valid argument against what you're proposing to do. So I'll end with that.
Councilman Carlson, Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Ms. Grimes and Ms. Feely. We're happy to take any questions now from council.
Councilman Carlson and then Councilman Goods.
Several of us have been working more than a year with all the community members who have spent countless hours working on this, and we've seen a renewed activism in the community now that neighborhood leaders feel like we're listening, city council's listening, and the mayor's listening. I want to thank you all. Staff not only went out to this meeting last Friday, but they've been to several meetings, and I heard great feedback from the community on those meetings, especially the last one, which of course the mayor went to, which made everybody even more happy. So thanks to her for doing that, and thank you all for listening to it. This process is difficult, as you said, because anytime you try to come up with something that everybody will like, somebody or if both sides are a little bit unhappy or somewhat unhappy, then you found something kind of in the middle. What we were trying to do for the last few weeks, I've spent probably 50% of my overall time in the last month or two just on this, and what we're trying to do is come up with an alternative to a moratorium. And the language, as I understand it, talked to Ms. Grimes this morning about it, but as I understand it, that language that they edited out was somehow a holdover, a copy from the moratorium language, and it's not, Ms. Grimes, as I understand it, this process that you're proposing is the normal process for a comp plan amendment, correct? It's not, the process that was in the earlier version was not, it was had some of the moratorium language in it, so now we've cleaned it up to be more of an long-term amendment, correct?
Since we spoke this morning, which right now seems like a long time ago.
It is.
It's changed even more. It's kind of a hybrid, Councilman Carlson, in that right now we're moving forward with a comp plan amendment, and there is right now, between now and June 1st, there is no pending ordinance doctrine in effect. But starting June 1, we would implement this pending ordinance doctrine and would no longer accept applications that use the FAR calculation for single-use multifamily projects.
Yeah, and I think the point is that it's not whether people did know or didn't know. There's a legal process that we need to go through to push this forward, and we need to not skip steps or add steps in the legal process. Otherwise, we'll end up with lots of lawsuits. So I appreciate you all doing that, and especially changing it at the last minute. I'm happy to make a motion to push this forward unless Mr. Dingfelder or somebody else wants to do it later.
Wait, we have Councilman Goods had his hand up, and then we have to open the floor up to public comment because of last minute changes and what, wait, Mr. Randolph, Councilman Goods.
Well, communication does work. Last time we talked about this issue, I made reference to bringing everybody together to make it work. And I think that the administration heard that. I had said it several times, and the last time I met with the developers and met with the folks in South Agani, they cried that we have not had a joint meeting together to discuss the issues. And I'm glad that the administration finally heard that call and made that happen. So you can't make things happen if everybody's not at the table. You're never going to make everybody happy at the table, but you can come pretty close that somebody can get a meal at the table when you're together. And I'm glad that we were able to accomplish something. Some changes were made today. I think we heard from everyone, and I'm hoping that we can go forward from here and from now on, so we don't have to get to these points. I think if you meet with all parties, you don't have to worry about getting to these stalemates all the time with these issues. So I'm hoping that the near future, I think someone's talking.
Councilman Moran, if you could mute your microphone. Go ahead, sir.
So I'm hoping in the future, just as we did with the EBO, administration is listening to those issues, and we're starting to move forward, not backwards, because we all serve the people. And again, people will always have an opinion, but when they come together, people always seem to work out their differences. It doesn't happen often that you can be able to get a group of people in a room and say, hey, let's make it happen. And I think that we've gotten close. We may not never get 100%, but I believe we've gotten close, and I want to thank the staff for at least making that effort, making that attempt to meet with everybody involved and trying to come up with a plan to solve some of our issues in the city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Citro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Feely, Ms. Post, Ms. Grimes, there was a lot of people at the meeting last Friday, and I heard nothing but great things about that. I also see behind you all Mr. Goers that's there, and he has received a grant which is going to be doing a study. I hope that this is going to at least be open-ended enough so through time, 6, 8, 10 months from now, whatever the findings that Mr. Goers has found and or any proposals that he wants to make, this will still be available to us from that study that he has had funding from. So I'm looking forward to those things that he's going to bring to us. I'm hoping that this thing can still be tweaked along the way, and I thank you for everything that you have done and for the staff for putting this all together. It's been very well done. Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, we've had a lot of formalities come to us in the last, what are we in, 24 or whatever, 36 hours, things that have been dealt with substantively but not procedurally, come to us with a lot of risk. You know, what I'm looking for, what I want, what's most important to me, I think, in this is the pending ordinance doctrine really, the immediate, and again, I'm just going off of what I hear from sources, et cetera, including the city attorney's office and others, and my understanding, but the immediate implementation of that on an ordinance that we get a day or two before, or I guess one day before, that really troubled me. So I'm glad to see that that's apparently, from my understanding, being set aside. You know, I'd like to see a process beginning today, or reasonably soon, for this comp plan amendment journey, I guess, if you will, where we're not marrying it, but we're dating it. And we're going to go out to nice restaurants, we're going to talk, and we're going to see if we want to take it to the next step.
Take it to the Riverwalk.
There you go. Take it to the hoop. But, so, it's been a long meeting. But, in other words, what I'm looking for is for the beginning of a process where there's no immediate punitive or otherwise type of effect. That's what bothered me about what I was hearing this morning, what I was hearing yesterday evening. That's something that really bothered me a lot. It would appear that that's been taken care of. Note the qualified term appear. So just my rambling, disjointed thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to staff and legal for all your hard work on this, Mr. Shelby, et cetera. Mr. Vieira, in regard to your comments, I agree with some of them. I would say in regard to dating, I think we've been dating this issue since last fall, and if it was a woman on the other side, she might be getting a little impatient. So anyway, so I think we better move forward. We should move forward because it's the right thing to do, not because we're under any crazy pressure. Not because it's really a last-minute thing, and I just wanted to clarify that for the record. This isn't a last-minute thing. We've been talking about this for months and months. The concepts have really been wrestled with, but it's basically that same FAR concept. So the community has been put on notice. I'm not saying everybody agrees with it and everybody disagrees with it, but they're on notice. They've been on notice for a long time. I think that's as a matter of record. I think this, as Mr. Good says, I think this is a good compromise. I think that, and I think Mr. Carlson said it too. You know it's a good compromise, and you've accomplished your task as a mediator. If nobody walks away happy, but everybody can live with it, and I think that's where we are today. Bill, I'm going to defer to you to move the resolution and the attached ordinance because you made that request. I don't think there's anything special in that regard. It's rather self-explanatory, and I believe the clerk has a copy. So if you want to do that, but Mr. Chairman, I do have a successor motion that I need to make.
Wait, before we make any motions, we do have public comment.
Yeah, but if you could just come back to me after
will.
that first motion. Thank you.
I know that we have Mr. Grandoff that wants to speak. We also have a request from Stephanie Pointer, who is virtual. Is that correct? Okay, and then we'll leave it at that because we didn't notice this for public comment. We don't do public comment on staff reports. Mr. Grandoff, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the courtesy and the extra time to speak with your staff, and I appreciate the concession that has been ably described by Ms. Grimes and Ms. Post's thorough explanation and Ms. Feely's thorough explanation. I will conclude and tell you that Ms. Grimes has delivered to you a solid and sound opinion that I have no quarrel with. And I believe the removal of the pending ordinance language takes away our concern on procedural due process questions. I think the June absolute date is very fair to my clients and to other clients in the community. and to property owners and respects their property rights. And we look forward to continuing the discussion on the merits. Thank you for your time and your extended time in hearing us today.
Thank you, sir. Do we have somebody else on the second floor that's here for public comment? Mr. Bentley?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. Does the overhead work?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, he's got PowerPoint.
Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa 33602. Appreciate your consideration, allowing me the opportunity to respond to the city's proposed suggested alternative. Mr. Dingfelder, you indicated that this was not a last minute thing. You know, the problem here is that this is kind of a spillover from the focus on the Gandy situation, south of Gandy, that now this change has an overall impact on the entire city. So for example, here's a map, a crude map that I put together while I was waiting of Ybor City, and you can see the 3 land use designations that would be affected, UMU, CMU, and CC35. They comprise probably the majority of Ybor City. So once this pending ordinance takes effect, they would be subject to only developing these properties as mixed use, not a single user. And the way things are, when you look at mixed use, you look at the entire context of the development, not just a particular project. You know, it's not like each residential project has a gift shop or a flower shop to get around, you know, the requirement for mixed use. You kind of look at what's in the area. So the concern we have right now, we have clients who don't need rezonings in Ybor City because they have proper zoning, but they do utilize the single use, those categories as a single use, and they're in the planning process, for example. So my question I would pose to you and your staff is, if the pending ordinance doctrine does not kick in, let's say for 60 days, how is someone vested against the application of that ordinance if they don't need a rezoning, for example? That, say, for example, my clients are in the process right now of going before Barrio Latino or just designing their projects right now in reliance on the single user FAR. So what assurance would someone have that on June 1st the city's not going to pull the trigger on them and stop what they intended to do? So we just need some certainty with respect to what's going to happen in 60 days if you don't need a rezoning. So what I would suggest is maybe, you know, I've talked to the Planning Commission. They said they have no opinion on this one way or the other at this point in time, is that maybe we can pull out, say, for example, the Ybor City Historic District from this pending ordinance doctrine at this time, because I think your planning staff in attendance, they would agree, and I know the Planning Commission does, that the higher densities are more appropriate in urban core, and places like Ybor City is really not problematic. So I would make that suggestion to council, is to maybe extract the urban core Ybor City Historic District from the pending ordinance doctrine and just let it go through the regular process. And in the alternative, if we can get some kind of assurance from the city at this point in time as to what would be, I'll call it vesting against the pending ordinance doctrine for people who are in the development process but don't necessarily need to rezone their property. And I think Gina had mentioned rezoning applications. Thank you.
All right, before we go to Stephanie Pointer, just a question in regards to the comments made by Mr. Bentley. Would it be possible to exclude Ybor City, considering there's a Barrio Latino Commission, considering there's a height restriction in the historic area? Is that something that can be done, considering the circumstances? Gina?
What I would like to do, it's a valid point. I haven't really given it thought, but what I suggested earlier was that I come back in 2 weeks with the resolution or ordinance that implements the pending ordinance doctrine starting June 1. So Mr. Bentley and I, and anyone else on our staff, could discuss what he is requesting and then make a recommendation. But it's something that is, it's a valid point, but I can't give you a good answer off the top of my head.
So you'll be able to answer it by April 15th?
2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough. Thank you very
and
much.
it'll give me time to work with him in between.
Okay.
Hey, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And then we have Stephanie Pointer on the line. Stephanie, if you're there, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Twice in one day, I feel special.
Mm.
I can't say that I blame folks for not understanding that this is citywide. And by the same token that the gentleman who was speaking said, can we exempt Ybor City? I can't understand as a novice and somebody who doesn't know anything about land use or lawyers or any of that stuff. I don't understand why we just focus on SOG for this particular situation. And that's all we've ever asked for. We didn't ask for it to be citywide. But it's not that I'm unhappy about it. I don't like waiting 60 days because we've already waited 18 months, but we'll take what we can get. But by the same token, if you can exempt Ybor City, why is it that we're not special? We like I said this morning, the CRA, there's all these different designations, the urban village designation, but SOG is unique geographically, not just demographically, but geographically. And the problem is we are at a dead end. And I agree with this, but are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater? We asked for a piece of cake, and the whole cake is up against the wall again. So we are tickled pink to see the FAR go away. We are tickled pink to, if it was just for SOG, if it takes the whole city, then by God, let's do it. But if you can make the exception for the urban village, then why can't you make the exception in just SOG? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll come back with that April 15th, regarding Ybor City and other issues, so there'll be more clarification then. Councilman Vieira.
And thank you, sir. And just Mr. Bentley's points were, I think, so pivotal. I wanted to make sure he appeared to be satisfied by that. But in other words, Mr. Bentley, if I may, does that satisfy your concerns going forward? Just because that's such a pivotal issue he brings up. I don't know if he's still there.
Mr. Bentley, if you're still around, if you could come to the kiosk. Can we go to the image of the kiosk?
Looks like he's good.
There he is.
There he is. May I, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley, I just wanted to make sure, because you brought up some pivotal issues, you appear to be satisfied by Ms. Grimes' statement that it satisfied you for now going forward. I just wanted to make sure, out of an abundance of caution, that my assumption was right.
Well, in response, it's my understanding that Ms. Grimes and I would discuss, and ultimately, if the urban core Ybor is not exempted, that there would be some kind of framework or criteria to establish when a property was not subject to the pending ordinance doctrine. Mm-hmm. That was my impression walking away from here. So
okay, but
I don't know, Gina, do you want to weigh in on that? I mean, do you agree?
No, that's accurate. When we get into the issues, though, it'll probably expand a little bit more. I mean, there's a lot of nuances to this that we're trying to go as quickly as possible to show that we're ready to move forward and that we're willing to implement this proposal. But there are a lot of issues that have to be considered that relate to it. And Mark, that's the issue you brought up about the wisdom in making it this elimination of the FAR calculation apply in places like Ybor City or other areas where we want to direct growth and development, like for instance transit corridors. Those are all issues that I think as we go through the plan amendment process will be vetted. But what you're talking about is during this pendency of that plan amendment process, how we address your situation in the pending ordinance doctrine. So we're not going to be able to give, I'm happy to work with you and I think we could work it out. I do. But what we're going to work out is with respect to the pending ordinance doctrine, and then we have to allow the plan amendment process to take its course. Well, and everyone have public input on that. And so in the end, there's no guarantee that in Ybor City that you will retain the right to use the FAR calculation for single-use multifamily projects. You will have to you'll have to make your same presentation during the pendency of the various hearings that'll take place during the plan amendment process.
Excuse me, I thought my understanding was that City Council had directed Ms. Grimes to consider deleting Ybor City or the urban core from the overall pending ordinance doctrine and just deal, if there's going to be a change, deal with it through the typical plan amendment process through the Planning Commission, ultimately back to City Council.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so basically, we're going to have a discussion about whether or not Ybor should be, or the urban core, whatever we want to call it, should be.
Affected by the pending ordinance.
Okay, and in the alternative, if you believe it should be, that there's going to be some discussion about the criteria to, well, for lack of a better term, vest a property owner against the application of the pending ordinance?
Right.
Okay.
Good.
And just for the record, you know, just to ensure my clients have standing, I represent Daryl Shaw and his related corporations, the Capitano family and their related corporations, NCJ Investment Company, Nick Capitano, et cetera, Mark Bentley. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I just, again, given the importance of the issues Mr. Bentley raised, I just, out of an abundance of caution, just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much for the indulgence, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more speakers?
Yes, I have Jean Strohmeyer with her hand up.
Jean Strohmeyer, if you want to speak, you have 3 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up with public comment, because there's nobody else on the second floor, and that was it. Jean Strohmeyer.
Hi, y'all. Good afternoon. We've been here a long time. Again, I just in echoing what Stephanie had said, you know, we've just been through such a long process with this, and we've come to a solution, at least, you know, and we appreciate all that. And, you know, singling out, we wouldn't mind singling out Ybor City, but we tried to single ourselves out because of the uniqueness of the peninsula, but it wasn't possible, or single out the coastal high hazard area. We tried to, we didn't want to bring anybody else into our fight because we are a unique situation down here. but legally, I guess from what we understand, it was not plausible, and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't something that we could do. So we apologize to anybody else that may or may not be affected by this. But, you know, we have been doing this and fighting this for a year and a half. So I hope you guys get what you want. And, you know, we all are trying to make our own neighborhoods a better place. We're experts in our own neighborhood. I'm not an expert in Ybor. I'm not an expert in Beach Park or anywhere else, but I am an expert south of Gandy. So anyway, thanks everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment. Councilman Carlson, you had the motion. Councilman Dingfelder is going to have a follow-up motion, as he mentioned. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, the other thing I want to say is thank you to my colleagues. I was out a couple weeks ago, and you all delayed this, and I don't know what the vote would have been, but we might have had a moratorium. But because you delayed it, we have we might call a compromise agreement. So thank you all also. And if somebody else really wants to make this motion, you're welcome to do it. But otherwise, I'll move. What do I say? Move. I would like to move the motion.
Move the resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
And just for clarification, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
The resolution
Item number 46.
that's been, right, well, it's a substitute resolution that's been provided to the clerk, and there's an attachment A, which is a draft ordinance, 2 pages, as well as an exhibit, 2-page exhibit attached to the draft ordinance.
That is correct.
And it's dated 4/1 at the end.
And it's dated April 1st.
Gina, do we need to include the April 15th or whatever that date was in the motion, or a separate
that's
motion?
I think that's the follow-up motion John was going to make.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Okay. In regard to the follow-up motion, that on April 15th, the legal department return to City Council and present appropriate legal documentation to put into effect starting June 1st, 2021, that the city shall not accept rezoning applications which utilize the FAR calculation for single-use multifamily projects in any UMU-60, CMU-35, and CC-35 comp plan category. So specifically, or to recap, that the legal department will come back on April 15th and bring the documentation necessary to effectuate additional ordinance or what have you that would be effective June 1st. The purpose of this motion is to put everybody on notice that as of June 1st, we will be changing this as related to the FAR calculation for single-use projects in the UMU 60, CMU 35, and CC 35 categories.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dingfelder has a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Citro. Councilman Vieira, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, and I'll obviously be supporting this. You know, from what I heard in public comment the first go around and what I heard this evening, again, I had a lot of concerns about what we were going to be considering today, because it appeared to take some significant action with little, you know, with a process that I think we can do better on. I think this does the process where we continue to engage and have further discussion and give people proper notice, and we can, you know, talk through this issue, et cetera. And, you know, with regards to big ideas like a change in the comp plan, you know, a lot of them take time. I mean, we just passed a couple weeks ago an apprenticeship ordinance that I probably began, you know, meeting with people on it about, what, a year and 3 months ago. So a lot of these things, unfortunately, take a while. But that's how good legislation or good ordinances go through, is by, you know, they're taking a long time. So a lot of the objections that I had at the beginning of the meeting appear to have been remedied, and I haven't seen anything otherwise. So just wanted to say that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, earlier under new business, I said I've got an item that I wanted to bring up as related to this.
Okay. Bring it up now while the, what is it, iron is hot?
Yeah, I'd like to. So at Friday's meeting, the South of Gandy folks presented the mayor and staff with a one-page, 14-item list of concerns. And part of the reason they feel comfortable with this settlement, for lack of a better word, process, is that staff assured them that they would address, and they did address some of them on Friday, but staff assured them that over the next X period of time, that staff would continue to address these 14 items. Now, there's no guarantees we can resolve all 14. There's no guarantees that everybody will be satisfied. But they did promise the neighborhood that they would address these 14 items. So with that said, I would like, and I will provide the clerk with a copy of the 14-item page that I'm talking about, and council's already received it.
Councilman Miranda, if you could please mute your microphone.
Council's already received this 14-item page. I'll provide a copy to the clerk. But what I would suggest is a motion that starting in June, that staff, under staff reports, that staff would come and talk to us about these 14 items. And then every quarter thereafter, that staff would come back and continue to talk to us about these 14 items. And then that way, the community down there doesn't have to keep pestering us, because this is going to be a regular thing, at least for the next year or so, until we can work through these 14 items.
Mr. Chairman, is Ms. Post still on the webinar? Is she still listening?
I am still listening. I'm here.
Thank you. I just want to ask Council, Mr. Chairman, just to refer to the staff in terms of the time frame for presentation, just so to get some feedback from them as to whether they'll be able to comply with that while they're on the line, if you don't mind.
And my suggestion is we start with this 90 days from now, and like I said, it's just updates, okay? Here are these items. This is where we are on this item. This is where we are on this item. We haven't started this item yet, et cetera, and just give quarterly updates so the community knows that we, the city, are listening and we haven't dropped the ball.
All right, Councilman.
If I may, sir.
Go ahead.
I appreciate Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. I appreciate the spirit of the motion. We certainly never have any objection to keeping the council and our communities apprised of progress. In this particular case, the comments that were made and the next steps that were committed to on that Friday meeting that we here all attended were that the 14 items actually broke into 3 different aspects of follow-up. The first was within planning and development and growth management. Obviously, we're taking the first step today on what was number 1 on that list. Relative items beyond, I don't have it in front of me, but they cataloged and aligned with our city planning department and Randy Goer's work plan. So those will have a home, if you will, and as soon as we get back to that work plan, they'll be underway. The second tranche concerned transportation and evacuation related matters, and our representative there from the Transportation and Mobility team agreed to take that on and have a sort of a mini task force to respond to the specific requests and beyond that, and to take that on a separate path for those follow-up discussions. And the third was with respect to emergency evacuation and the management of that process. And Chief Bennett agreed to take that on with our fire rescue group and our emergency response team. So I feel like we had a very clear plan. The community group and the neighborhood leadership was in concert with that, and our commitment is to follow through with that. Again, no reservations to keep the council apprised of it. I'd like to, if we could come back in June and after June 1 and give a preliminary report, and then for each item, we'll be able to correlate what a further follow-up might be for those from a timing perspective. But that gives a little more detail about what our plans were and our agreement with that community group for attending to their specific requests.
Councilman Carlson, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar to what she said about it covers many different departments, but the other thing is that, and maybe there's a point person like a project manager for the city that could come back and lead this with us. And beyond the list that they listed, there are other areas that need to be addressed and updates that can be given as well. You all know that most of the neighborhoods in the city were ignored for at least 8 years, and it wasn't because of the recession, it was because resources were focused elsewhere. And we have neighborhoods all over the city that are asking us for resources. In South Tampa, I can tell you this one is the one that has the greatest need. Every neighborhood has needs, but this one has a great need, and we need to focus some resources. It's part of it is about equity and bringing up the neighborhoods that were ignored for way too long, and it's true in East Tampa, West Tampa, and elsewhere. So I appreciate everybody focusing on this, and the more attention we can bring to it, the more equity we can build in our community. Last thing is similar to what Councilman Vieira said, and I had a conversation with Ms. Grimes about this morning. You know, part of my profession is public engagement. I don't do it with the city anymore because of conflicts, but I think it's very important for us to communicate with the community and to listen to the community, and that has to be the standard, not the exception. This process takes a lot of time. It took a lot of negotiation, and it's going to be an ongoing process. But you can see this mayor and this city council are very committed to it. Look at the Tampa Moves process. Look at the process Randy Goers is doing in planning the neighborhood commercial districts. We are changing the process. It's going to take a long time, but we're changing the processes and training and retraining and getting people that know how to do this, and we're trying to communicate better. And just to the citizens of our community, we get flooded with complaints every day, and I know there are 100 times more than that are out there, and we're trying to resolve the issues as quickly as possible, but setting up listening services and public engagement, I think, will lead to more robust solutions. Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Dingfelder, you had a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
And I guess for clarity, our second meeting in June?
The second meeting in June, just to get a date, is going to be,
June 17th.
yes, 17th. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And then quarterly thereafter.
All right.
All right, thank
Motion from Councilman Dingfelder, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Pardon me?
Yes.
Pardon, excuse me? If I may, sir, I heard just two different things there. I heard a 90-day report, but it's in June. 90 days would put us past July, which frankly, given what we've just taken on, would be preferred.
I can live with that.
July
First
15th.
meeting in August.
First meeting in August. Just to get a date.
August 5th.
August 5th. You got it.
Thank you.
Motion from Councilman Dingfelder, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. That concludes the agenda because item number 47 came through as a staff report, as a memo. It'll come back to us in 2 weeks. I know that last week, and I know time was of the essence, honorary street sign for Tampa Bay radio legend Ted Webb, who passed away a few days ago. I hope that he heard the motion that was made Thursday. I know I brought it up on the radio that morning, and I know he was listening, so at least, wherever he is, I know that there's more to life. My faith says there's more, after we leave this earth, but we'll come back in 2 weeks, and I'll work with the staff on that. And this also responds to Councilmember Goods regarding honorary street signs. It's all in the memo, sir. So having said that,
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, let's just hope the meetings are shorter after we leave this earth. So,
no, the meetings in heaven are eternal. There's no time. You just, there's no angst.
No, we'll miss Ted Webb. He is a great guy.
We will. Is there any other new business? I know I took up everybody, but I had a couple of things.
I was going to say, don't you need to do your...
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
I listened to the concerns of council, and those were adding that, or moving CRA to a separate day on Tuesday, therefore adding another workshop in the meeting. I believe council members were opposed to that, so we could scratch that, leave CRA where it's at, and then leave the workshop to one per meeting. So we'll scratch items 3 and 6, those discuss that. And then the rest of the items of the 12, I think we're okay. If there is no other discussion on it, I'd pass the gavel to Councilmember Citro, and I'd like to make a motion to adopt the now 10 items, since this has been modified in my memo. Councilman Citro.
Motion has been made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Or roll call vote? Roll call vote, please.
Vieira? Yes. Goods?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Carlson?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
I can't, I don't sleep.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
I can't take this shit. What the hell?
Neither do I. And I have one more item.
That's how you say so young.
Yeah.
You want to sound now?
Mute yourself, Brandon, mute yourself. You can't speak.
I can't. Yes, sir. And when we had the special discussion on Monday, we discussed salary for Mr. Shelby. We came down with the analysis of other attorneys that are comparable. We looked at his time of service to the city of Tampa, which is 17 years. We saw that since 2007 there was no merit pay increase. My motion would be that in this budget coming up, I'm not asking for a budget amendment, in this budget coming up, so it would begin fiscal year, the next fiscal year, October 1st, that we set Mr. Shelby's salary at $155,000.
Second.
Was that a second?
Second. Second.
Well, now that there's a second, you can discuss.
There is a motion been made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. Any discussion?
I mean, with all due respect, I respect the chairman and what he's put forward, but I look at the number of years and a man is still working. We all know if we're working, we want to be paid when we're working. I know I do. You know, I don't care about what people think. I look at the facts. I'm just sorry. A man that works for me in my house, and I'm going to pay a person comparable, but I'm not going to hold his pay to wait till down the road. And for me, I don't think he needs to wait. Why should he have to wait? Hell, he's been waiting for what, 13, 14 years?
Was that part of the motion, the wait?
Yes. This is
I said to begin it October 1st, so there's no amendment, no anything, just for a smoother transition. However,
that's just not my opinion. I'm a different type of guy now. But to hold him up to wait till another budget year.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
I don't think that's right. I just don't think that's right. He's been waiting. He's been working. He's been waiting. He works for us. It's our house. I have a concern about that. I'm sorry. I just have a concern about making him wait.
Ms. Grimes, I see your hand is held up. Ms. Grimes?
Yes, I just have a question about this, the salary and the benefits. As you know, the charter allows you to establish the salary for the city council attorney. But it does say that it shall be comparable to other assistant city attorneys. And so it may be appropriate to look at whether 155 is comparable to other assistant city attorneys with similar experience. But the more important factor is all of the assistant city attorneys are subject to annual leave, sick leave, and exempt leave. So they only get 2 weeks of annual and sick leave every year. And my question is in order for Mr. Shelby to be comparable, would you also be imposing that same limitation?
Councilman, I'm sorry, you have the gavel.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Ms. Grimes, for your comments. I, for one, have looked at this exhaustively. I've looked at all of the salaries that are with the very, very valuable chief or assistants and chief assistants, et cetera, upstairs. I'm 10 years familiar with the hard work that Mr. Shelby puts in, as are all of you guys. So I think the only question in my mind is the question that Councilman Goods raised, and I'm glad you caught that, is I don't think we should wait until October. I think we should set that amount, and I think it should be effective within the next available pay period. So, but Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you making the motion.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. Let me just say this. I'm not opposed to anyone getting raised. What I see here coming is a continuation of something that would lead to something we're not even thinking about. Let me tell you what that is. Why don't you give a salary raise to anyone other than those that have worked 40 hours? And if you look at the tape, there was hesitancy where they asked, you work 40 hours. There was a hesitation before that individual said yes. I'm not saying he doesn't or that he does. What I'm saying is this. Assistant city attorneys work 40 hours in the office. Not only what they do when they take home. They don't have 5 weeks paid vacation, and they don't have unlimited sick leave. If we're going to do something, and you don't want to turn the legal department upside down, then he should get 2 weeks vacation and 2 weeks sick leave. Pay is one thing, but when you add the total package of the pay versus 5 weeks and unlimited, what? Unlimited sick pay, There is no corporation in America that's got that. So when we talk about we run the city in a private business manner like private enterprise, well, show me that. Show me that what we're doing is the right thing for the city of Tampa. Show me, and I'm not saying he doesn't deserve a raise, but you can't give a raise and then continue to give 5 weeks vacation and unlimited sick leave. And I'm not against anyone getting a raise. I want to say that again. If you look at, and I haven't had time to do it, but I guarantee you, if you look from the times of pay increase, what city, now maybe I'm wrong, what assistant city attorney gets a merit raise and then a raise in the same year? I don't know if they do or not. I've never talked to Ms. Grimes about that. But I'm asking myself, should I vote for this the way it is? The answer is no. But y'all do what you want. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there's a lot of different issues that are coming up, whether it takes into effect right now, whether we wait until October. Councilman Miranda brings up a lot of issues, and I know we always pay him a lot of deference. You know, I think that all 7 of us want to do right by our dear friend, Mr. Shelby, who does such a great job. Is there any way that this can be tabled for a week so that we can ask private questions? Because frankly, I you know, there's questions I'd like to ask that may not, I don't want to say be fit for a meeting like they're improper, but there's just further inquiries. You know, what's he making now? What are going to be associated changes, if any? Let's put it this way. If we're going to give Mr. Shelby a raise, who all of us like a lot, I'd like for it to be a 7-0 vote. That's all I'm saying.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just to hit a few points. I don't think Mr. Shelby should be limited to 40 hours a week working. I see that he works way more than that, probably up in the 70, 80-hour range. You know, I was on the phone with him like at 10 o'clock last night. I'm on the phone with him Saturdays and Sundays, and I think you all are the same. The new workplace is that people don't have to sit in an office all day, especially now during COVID. I don't care where he sits as long as he answers the phone. And the only time he doesn't answer the phone is when he's talking to one of you all. I'm number 7 on the list. In terms of work ethic, I'm not aware that he's taken more than 2 weeks of vacation, but I know that the times that he has not been in Tampa, he's been available constantly throughout the day. Sometimes he calls me while he's away, and anytime I call him, he picks up the phone, and he's able to answer our questions all the time. I did an analysis. I'm not an expert on pay in the legal industry, but I looked at it. You know, I had to set pay in my business, and I've looked at lawyer pay before. Compared to the private sector, all of them are paid way too low. But I said last week, I think he should be in the 160, 180 range. I think 155 is too low. And if anybody looks at it, this is a significant increase over what he had before, but that's because he hasn't had a raise in 15 years or more. And it's I think throughout the city, part of it was caused by the recession. Part of it was caused by, I think, people played some political maneuvers, and we need to bring equity back to all positions in the city. We saw what happened to the legislative aides. They weren't paid fairly. There are other departments that need to be adjusted as well, and I know the administration is committed to trying to do that. So anyway, I think that we ought to move forward with this. Waiting 15 years is long enough.
And to your point, the only time he cuts me off on a telephone conversation is when one of y'all call. Councilman Goods.
I'm lost, man. I'm a different type of guy. I'm lost. This man has been paid this long, and he's our attorney. He doesn't answer anybody. He answers to 7 guys. 7 guys. We had a workshop, and really, I was kind of taken back when Mr. Carlson asked him a lot of personal questions, but the man answered them. He answered every one of Mr. Carlson's questions. Vacation, is he doing extra work? The man answered every question. Personal. This man he runs our house. His pay should be comparable to a deputy chief attorney.
Nope, that's not accurate.
Well, that's Ms. Grimes. I respect what you're saying. I'm just saying for our house right here, the statements I'm making and what I see the work he does. Now, whether you agree with that, I respect what you're saying. But what I'm saying is this: This man answers to 7 different people. He deals with us every day, every night. Late night, he's calling us, all 7 of us. So it's not like he's not working 40 hours a week. So I don't know why we have to talk about waiting another week. I respect Mr. Vieira's saying. I mean, I don't have any other questions. You know, the question of the matter is he already told us he doesn't get vacation and all these type of things. He didn't ask for them when he first came here. So to me, at this particular point, I'm ready to move. You know, we can set a number, but I'm with Mr. Carlson. 155 is way too low for this man.
Any other further discussion?
What's the motion on the floor now?
The motion is,
And that's where I was going to, Councilman Dinkfelder. Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Councilman Miranda.
I just want to say this. I don't want to be in any way think that I'm misleading anyone. When I said 5 weeks vacation and unlimited sick leave, he is the city council attorney. So when the city council is not on session, that's 5 weeks a year. You shouldn't be working. And sick leave is unlimited. We ought to have a HR hunter do an analysis of all this to see where we really are. No one of us is an expert. None in this. So my motion would be to take an HR, let them make a comparative study of what's going on in this world of cities the size of Tampa that have their own city council attorney, see what the deal is. And what type of, but there's very few cities like the city of Tampa. We function so good, so well because we have a strong mayor system of government. Where I like it or don't like it, it works because it pinpoints responsibility. And when you respond responsibility, you have to adhere to the facts. And the facts are that that's why the city of Tampa is doing so well. They don't come here because you and I. They come here because they see that this government works with you and I and the mayor. We have differences. And those differences are usually solved before it goes from first base to second base. And that's all I'm saying. We're not even looking at analysis. You just want to do things. Well, that's not the way I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilman Dinkfelder.
Yeah. Just 2 things. Number one is, I totally agree with whoever said it before, is I don't want him working 40 hours a week sitting in this office 9 to 5 because when do we call him? We call him at 7 o'clock at night. I'm a night owl. I bother him at 9, 10 o'clock at night and on weekends. Okay, so it's sort of apples and oranges because there's the rest of the city attorneys. They might be working a lot of time like that, but I wouldn't be presumptuous enough to call them like that. But as Councilman Good said correctly, this is our city council attorney, and he's on call 24/7. And frankly, especially this past year, who knows how many hours he's been working. And the other thing I'd like to say on a humorous note is, it's a good thing we only set one person's salary in this entire city government of 5,000 people, because here we are an hour later, still trying to figure out if we should give the man a $20,000 raise, the first real raise that he would have received in the last 15 years. So whatever the motion is on the floor, Joe, I say let's get on with it.
Well,
all right, I'll restate the motion.
Procedurally, we have a motion on the floor. Do you want to amend your motion, restate your motion, change it anyway?
I'm going to keep it as is, as 155, and then we can look in the future at the, the 3% merit increase and whatnot and go from there. But I think it should be set at 155, beginning with the budget fiscal year starting October 1st.
Councilman Dinkfelder, is that still acceptable to you? You are the second on the motion.
Yeah, and I apologize. I think we're pretty close to the same page, Mr. Chairman Maniscalco. I don't understand the logic of the October 1st. That's the only thing.
So it's not like the city have to do a budget amendment,
but they got to do a budget. They got to do budget amendments. They do them every month. I mean, every 2 weeks they do budget amendments. So that's not burdensome on anybody. But it does deprive him of a quarter of a year's salary when he's already been deprived for 15 years. So why do we add insult to injury?
All right, so what if I change the motion to beginning, the time card for next pay period has already been processed, I think, for next Friday. So it would be the following pay period, which, let me get the date. Ask the question, I'm looking for the date.
Does an employee, he's listed as employee, he's paid like an employee, doesn't an employee automatically get that cost of living increase? Or do we have to?
They get the COLA, but he hadn't received a merit for 15 years.
Oh, okay.
So the next pay period after is April 23rd. So I'll make the motion that the salary be adjusted to $155,000 beginning with the April 23rd pay period, which gives time for time card approval, all that stuff, you know, Kronos and all that to update.
And any associated resolution, what do they call it, the budget resolution that they might have to do.
Yes.
And
Councilman Vieira.
thank you, sir. And so I want to clarify, so this is a request on our part then to be worked out with the administration, or is it self-executing?
I think under the charter, it's self-executing.
Yeah, it's, per the charter, we set the salary, our attorney, you know, everything that's written there for
Okay.
city council.
I think you still have to do a budget amendment.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I want to be clear. I think we ought to table this for a week. That's my opinion, but I don't want to vote against the salary increase for Mr. Shelby. I think there's a right way to do it and a not as right way to do it, right? I still stand by that, but I don't want to vote against Mr. Shelby. I just, you know, hear a council member or two say that they need more information, and I don't want us to, you know, roll ahead and not have a 7-0 vote on this. I was just trying to do this as a courtesy. I think that's important, so my objections stand, but again, I'm not going to vote against Mr. Shelby. Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder, you heard the amendment made by Councilman Maniscalco. Are you still in favor?
Yes, and thank you for the amendment.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor, motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Dingfelder. Roll call vote, please.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
No.
Dingfelder.
I didn't hear. Councilman Good said no?
155 is too low.
Dingfelder's yes.
I can't go with 155. I can't go with 155.
All right. Dingfelder's yes.
Carlson.
I agree with Mr. Goods, but I am going to say yes anyway.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
No.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goose and Miranda voting no.
Mr. Chairman, just to make it clear, it's just a point of principle for me. I respect Mr. Shelby and the work he does, and I respect you, what you put on the table. For me, I believe that it's still too low, and that's just the way I reserve my comments on that. It's
And
too low.
we can revisit this in the future. I mean, it's always an open discussion, but I appreciate the support. That's it for me. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Motion from Councilman Citro, second from Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right, we're adjourned. Thanks.
Live it up.
Thank you.